And we would like to welcome everybody to Linda's Speedway for a beautiful evening of racing here in Jonestown, Pennsylvania. It is what we like to call a little edition of Stock Car Friday night at Linda's Speedway to kick off the final full month of racing here at the Speedway. Tonight is a big night for the Slingshots by Speedway Entertainment. The All Star Slingers running in the Lebanon Valley 50-lapper tonight. The Junior Slingshots have a 20-lapper as well. The cars on track right now are the topless modifieds. The 600 mods back for one final time this season, but they are topless this evening. They're on track for warm-ups right now. And the Gene Lattiford Central PA Legends make their final appearance of the 2021 season tonight at the Linda's Speedway. I'm Casey Kreider, glad to take you through all the action once again as we begin the month of October, the final month of the season here at Linda's Speedway. And a couple big races obviously coming up starting tonight with the Lebanon Valley 50-lappers and 20-lappers for both the All-Star and the Junior Slingshots. But right now, it's the topless mods on the racetrack. Defending world champion Scott Neary was fastest in warm-ups for the All-Star Slingshots, while Emily Ludwig was fastest in warm-ups for the Junior Slingshots that just concluded. And now the first group of warm-ups is on the track for the topless mods. And Josh Bewley in the 78 is going to have the quickest time, 13.638 through one group. Ed Hollenbach goes second fastest. Jerry Bressler, Ty Hoke, and Steve McLaughlin, your top five. We have 19 of those cars, 20 cars, beg your pardon, here this evening. And group number two is going to work onto the racetrack right now, led out by the multiple-time winner and the now two-time track champion of the NSS Property Services Modifieds, Sam Chickatano. The runner-up in the points directly behind him, the 12E of Eric Whitby. The 88 of Justin Schraden also on the racetrack with the 69 senior of Chris Smith, the 34 of Chad Miller, the 1 of Trevor Bixler, the 71 of Brandon Aumann, and the 84 of Joe Carter. Also the Excel 600 Modified Tour Point leader, Kenny Harris, trying to chase down that title in the coming days. He's got that 17 car ripped and trying to get his first win of the season at Linda's in the final mod race of 2021 without the top on. It's been the first time in a couple of years that we've seen the mods topless here at Linda's Speedway. And Sam Chickatano, to no surprise, goes to the top of the time charts. 13.043 is his lap time. Kenny Harris will complete the final flying lap, but Chickatano is quickest of anybody through topless modified warm-ups. 13.043 back to a 13.518 for Eric Whitby. Justin Schraden, Josh Bewley, and Kenny Harris going to be your top five with only legend warm-ups still to come. So we may only have a dozen Central PA legends here this evening, but it is a very competitive field, including both the prior winners this season. Travis McClellan picked up the first two victories of the year, including the Erman Falk Memorial. He races his 51 down the back straightaway. And in the 18J, that is your most recent winner back on August 20th, driving a pretty sporty Royal Blue ride off into turns 3 and 4. That is Blaine Lepo in the Dryden 18J. Choi Young, Owen Dim, Aaron Updegraff, and Robert Stoff also on the racetrack in this first group. We'll have one more to come. Oh, and Dim is at the top of the time chart so far. 15.265 over a 15.268 from McClellan. Never mind. Stoff goes quickest. 15.100 for Robert Stoff. And I don't think anyone's going to have anything for that lap coming to the checkers. Unless I get proven wrong, which is possible. But no, Stoff will continue with the quickest time through one group. 15.100 for the 07. Choya Young, second quickest. 15.180. Owen Dem, Travis McClellan, and Blaine Lepo, your top five. And here comes the final half dozen onto the track for warm-ups. Checkered is out on the second and final group. Bill Deal, Logan Carball, Randy Getz, Sean Miller, Corey Phillips, and Scott Musselman on track in this group. But nobody's going to have anything for the top five by the looks of it. Still going to be Robert Stoff quickest with Choya Young second, Owen Dim third, Travis McClellan fourth, and Blaine Lepo completing your top five. Bill Deal was fastest of anybody in that group, but his number 53 has the sixth quickest time through legend warm-ups. Jared Myers on the racetrack just pulled in a few minutes ago, and he goes fourth quickest in the first lap that he got on the racetrack. He'll stay fourth quickest. Shikatano will remain with the quickest time. Race fans, at this time, we ask if you can all please rise, and gentlemen, please remove your hats as we honor America with the playing of our nation's Star-Spangled Banner. And with that, race fans, it is time to go racing at the Linda Speedway to kick off the month of October. As we mentioned, a huge night for the All Star and Junior Slingshots. This is the last time they'll be here before World Championship weekend on October 29th, 30th, and 31st. But they've got the huge events tonight as part of the Keystone Cup final event of the season. In those points, Scott Neary and Chase Schott likely the runaways in those championship battles. They would both, though, love to get Lebanon Valley 20 and 50 lap victories. We're going to start off our evening with timed dashes for the Junior Slingshots. So what they'll do is they'll come out in groups of 6, 3 groups of 6, since we have 18 cars here tonight, and they will time over a few laps, and whichever driver in each time dash has the quickest lap, that'll determine how they line up for heats 1, 2, and 3. So, for example, we've got 6 cars in the first time dash. The fastest driver in that dash will start first. The second fastest will start second, third, fourth, so on, so back. It doesn't transfer over among the other 2 time dashes. So in this first dash, Trevor Houghton, Xavier Sprague, Emily Ludwig, Chase Zimmer, Braden Morrison, and Colton Williams will all take to the racetrack, and they'll have the opportunity to lay down times from 1 to 6 fastest, and they will line up in that order for their heat race. After this, the All Star Slingshots will come out, and they'll have a little more conventional time trial format where they'll come out 2 at a time for 2 laps. We've got 29 of them here this evening, and that'll set the heat race lineup on a heads-up basis. I want to thank all of our supporters here at the Linda Speedway. We'll have a chance here early in the evening on all of our sponsors, food provided by Fair Food Express, and our supporters, Hoosier Tire, Mid-Atlantic, and Precise Racing Products, Seidel Hyundai, Hyper Racing, NSS Property Services, Appalachian Auto, Mount Gretna Roller Rink, Stephen Karen Kerstetter, Amy's Photos, Mike Knappenberger and the Race Chasers, and the Kim's Creations Novelty Stand. Without all of our sponsors and supporters, we could not do what we do each and every weekend here at the Linda Speedway from April through October, putting on racing like the ones you're about to see tonight. And time dash number 1 has taken on to the racetrack. So as we mentioned, Trevor Houghton, Braden Morrison, Xavier Sprague, Colton Williams, Emily Ludwig, who was fastest overall in warm-ups, and Chase Zimmer are on the racetrack. All right, time dash number 1 is green. They will get 2 flying laps. Will the Junior Slingshots? So, Braden Morrison going to see the green flag first. Coming around to see the white flag, Morrison's going to put the first lap on the book, 16.533. Zimmer, a 6:02. Williams, a 7:39. Emily Ludwig, a 16.459. That's the quickest time through lap number 1 in the time dash. Coming to the checkers this time by Morrison, second quickest. He'll stay there. Zimmer's going to hop up to the runner-up spot now. He'll be second fastest. Williams stays 5th. Ludwig will stay at the top, improving just a little bit. Sprague 3rd, Houghton 6th. So Emily Ludwig has the fastest time in that first time dash, and what that means is she'll start on pole for heat race number 1. Chase Simmer was second, so he'll start second in heat 1. Xavier Sprague, Braden Morrison, Colton Williams, third, fourth, and fifth, with Trevor Houghton laying down the 6th quickest lap time. So Emily Ludwig, fastest in warm-ups and fastest in her dash. Now we'll start on pole for heat race number 1 in the 12X machine. Good start to the night for her. CJ Kim in the 18, the 22 of Dylan Beadle, the 42 of Dylan Hahn, the H1 of Hayden Kim, the 36 of Jocelyn Darensig, and the 83 of Peyton Leindecker on the racetrack in this second time dash. Format is the same as before for dash number 1. So we'll see who can lay down the quickest time in time dash number 2. All right, gonna wind him up here. We'll start it with Jocelyn Darensig taking the wind him up signal. She'll get the green flag first next time around. Darensig will see the green flag first in front of CJ Kim in the 18. Coming to the white flag. Looks like CJ Kim is probably going to have the quickest lap over Darensig. He will, but he's not going to have the quickest lap overall. Dylan Hahn, 16.276. Quickest time in the dash so far, and as everyone's completed one lap, that will remain as the quick time. Let's see if anyone can top it on lap 2. He's got about a 10th and a half over Dylan Beadle in the 22, and Beadle does top it barely, 16.271 to a 16.276. So Dylan Beadle with the fastest time in dash number 2 with a 16.271 to a 16.276. CJ Kim third quickest, Hayden Kim fourth quickest, Peyton Leindecker fifth quickest, and Jocelyn Darensig sixth quickest in that dash. So there's a cool story related to the side panel on the side of the Keystone Cup point leader and multiple-time winner here at Linda Speedway in the Junior Slingshots this season, Chase Schott in the 10S, who is working off into turn number 3. He is running a side panel in tribute to the late Scott Irwin, who we lost a couple of weeks ago. A side panel that looks identical to the one that he used to race on the left side of that car, and then the regular 10S on the right side of that car. Schott, no doubt, going to be one of the favorites to win here this evening. Barry Seaman in the 36B, the 14 of Austin Krobeth, the aforementioned 10S of Chase Schott, the 24 of Bobby Klein, and the 8 of Parker Hendricks with the 7 of Abby Hendricks are on the racetrack in this third and final time dash for the Junior Slingers. Looks like they're trying to get a transponder issue figured out on the 24 of Bobby Klein. They will send him back away. So he's going to come to a stop in turn 3 and get a new transponder on that car. All right, now we get them lined up. They get a new transponder on Bobby Klein's car, and we are underway with time dash number 3. Green flag is going to fall under the 10S of Chase Schott. Schott has won all but one of the Junior Slingshot races here this season that he's competed in. He ran with the All Stars a couple weeks ago, got a top 5 finish. Back running in the juniors tonight, though, we'll see what kind of lap time he can put down first. A 17.084. Abby Hendricks goes quicker, a 17.071, and Barry Seaman, a 16.879, not to be outdone by Parker Hendricks, who goes with a 16.67 second lap time, fastest through lap number 1. And as they come around a complete lap 2, I don't think anyone's going to have anything for it. They will not. Parker Hendricks going to have the quickest time in time dash number 3, 16.677. Chase Schott, 16.757, second quickest. Barry Seaman, third quickest. Abby Hendricks, fourth. Austin Krobeth, fifth. And Bobby Klein, sixth quickest in that dash. So Emily Ludwig, Dylan Beadle, and Parker Hendricks, the quickest timers in each of the 3 time dashes. They'll start on pole for each of their heat races. Ludwig had the quickest overall time in that dash, and that backs up her quickest overall time in warm-ups. So Ludwig potentially becoming the favorite for this evening's Lebanon Valley 20, sponsored by J&J Auto Body. We'll see if she can keep that performance up during tonight's heat racing action. So All Star Slingshot time trials are up next, and these will come out in a much more conventional manner compared to what we're usually seeing here at the Linda Speedway, 2 at a time. They'll have 2 cars in each group, and each car will get 2 flying laps on the racetrack. Chase Bixler is going to get a push-off first, so this is not a time trial lap for him. So Bixler's push-off is completed. We're just about ready to kick off time trials for tonight's Lebanon Valley 50. And the first driver to come out on the racetrack, I'm just going to call him Mr. October. He won every race in the month of October last year, the big Lebanon Valley 50, and then all 3 races of World Championship weekend that were held here last year to become the 2020 World Champion. He's trying to do it again this season, and he's going to be the first driver on the racetrack in the 1S. That is Scott Neary. And coming out right behind in the team car, the number 5S, that is Jared Silphy, working his way off into turns 1 and 2. But the world champion, if they could call Harry Gant Mr. September, we'll call Scott Neary Mr. October as he sees the green flag off into turns 1 and 2. And we'll see if he can lay down the early bar with Jared Silphy, who was also around 3rd or 4th fastest, I believe, in warm-ups, a quick car. So these two should give us a pretty good idea of what we'll see in time trials. A 15.116 for Scott Neary and a 15.267 for Jared Silphy. Through lap number 1, here comes Neary to the checkered flag. The world champ will not pick up on lap 2. He'll slow down about 0.5 of a second. Jared Silphy will pick up on lap 2, but he will not improve over Scott Neary's time. 15.210 for Silphy, 15.116 for Neary. The 00 of Ryan Raidline and the 95P, that is Lucas Pittenger. They're out on the racetrack in group number 2. Raidline going to see the green flag first, and pretty evenly spread out behind him is Lucas Pittenger in the 95P from Wind Gap, Pennsylvania. White flag in the air for Raidline. We'll see what kind of lap he can lay down on lap number 1. 15.703. Has a ways to go to catch the front 2. Lucas Pittenger, 15.972, and he slides high in turn number 2 on his second lap. Don't think he's going to pick up here on lap number 2. Raidline will, though. He'll pick up 0.2 of a second, 15.543 for Raidline. Keeps him 3rd quickest, but at least a nice pickup. Pittenger cannot pick up on lap number 2. He'll stay 4th with a 15.972. The runner-up in Keystone Cup points and a former Slingshot Speed Week champion from Milford, New Jersey, driving car number 24H. That is Kyle Hervé on the racetrack in group number 3, and Ryan Updegrove in the 7R follows him out onto the Speedway. Hervé going to see the green flag first to get the next 2 time trialers underway. They come around out of the pit area in turn number 3, get 1 warm-up lap, and then it's on. White flag for Hervé, 15.377 on lap number 1. He's got to find about 2.5 tenths to get the quickest overall time. Updegrove a 16.382. That's good for 6th. Hervé to the checkered flag, going to be the one to watch, and he cannot pick up on lap number 2. Slows down about 0.02 of a second, so he'll stay 3rd. And Updegrove will stay 6th with a 16.382. A 9-time winner here this season, and your 2021 All Star Slingshot track champion at Linda Speedway on the racetrack in this group. That is car number 3, Dave Kerrigan, on the Speedway from Allentown, Pennsylvania. And right behind him in the 3S, another track regular and one that's shown a lot of speed this season, Brett Spittler in the 3S machine. They're on track in this next group for time trials. So these two could give Neary's lap time a run for his money. Coming to the white flag, Kerrigan is third quickest, 15.336. Needs about 2/10. Spittler, fifth quickest, 15.524. Coming to the checkered flag, Dave Kerrigan, your 2021 champ, does pick up on lap number 2, but cannot leapfrog Neary nor Silphy. He'll stay third, 15.251. Spittler stays fifth with a 15.524 second lap time for him. Josh Roth in the 12 and the 55A of Amanda Angstadt on the racetrack in this next group. Roth is going to see the green flag first off at turns 1 and 2. Amanda Angstadt just now flashing under the flag stand to get her first flying lap started. Roth coming out of turn number 4. White flag from assistant starter Neil Bortz lap 1, 7th quickest, 15.550. There's a couple cars he could leapfrog if he could find just a couple hundredths of a second on lap number 2. Angstadt, 9th quickest, 16.017. Roth, the quickest car so far. He'll see the checkers, and he will pick up those couple hundredths he needed and a little bit more. A 15.422 for Roth gets him to 5th quickest overall. And Angstadt will also pick up on lap 2 to a 15.951. So 8th fastest lap time for Amanda Angstadt through 10 cars. Honeybrooks, Joe McCardle in car number 95 works his way out of turn number 2 in this group, along with the 33 of Cole Armstrong. 11th and 12th cars to take time in time trials for tonight's Lebanon Valley 50. McCardle sees the green flag first. And Cole Armstrong following directly behind. Well, not directly behind. Good for him. But about half a lap behind, sees the white flag. McCardle, 7th quickest on lap 1, 15.534. He inserts himself in that little knot of cars that are all in the 15.5 range. Cole Armstrong, 12th quickest, 16.645. Going to try and pick up on his second lap. McCardle does pick up on his second lap up to 5th quickest, 15.404. Armstrong trying to get out of the bottom position. You'll see the checkered flag. He will pick up a little bit, but stay 12th, 16.529 on lap 2 with a 33. Austin Webster in the 27 onto the racetrack now, along with the 68 of James Benz, who enters his final Keystone Cup points race 5th in the standings. Webster going to see the green flag first. A regular here at Linda Speedway, working his way out of turn number 2. First lap for Webster will put him 9th quickest, 15.788 for car number 27. James Benz in the 68. He now goes 9th, 15.722. And Webster not going to pick up on his second lap. He'll slow down by just a few thousandths of a second. He'll stay 10th quickest. Benz will improve by a few thousandths of a second, and he will stay 9th. Faith Turnbull's number 24 coming out onto the racetrack in this group, along with the Z number 28. That is Tyler Lilac. Faith Turnbull sees the green flag right in front of Tyler Lilac. And they'll come by to complete their first flying lap, this time by Turnbull, 13th quickest, 16.221, while Lilac goes 11th quickest, 15.877. for the Z28. Turnbull on the bottom of turns 3 and 4 comes to see the checkered flag and cannot pick up from 14th, although she will pick up about a 10th and a half on the time chart. Lilik cannot improve on lap number 2. He slows down about 2/10, but will stay 11th quickest. So over halfway through time trials, and the first 2 cars that took the racetrack are still your top 2 cars, Scott Neary and Jared Silphy. Dave Kerrigan, Kyle Hervé, and Joe McCardle, your top 5, is now James Hendricks and Charlene Benz going to take a swing at that fastest time. Hendricks will get the green flag first in the 75X machine. First-year competitor in the All Star Slingshot division is Hendricks after a few years racing junior slingers. He will come to the white flag, and lap number 1 puts him 9th quickest, 15.655 for Hendricks. Benz goes 7th quickest, 15.517. Still about 4/10 off of Neary's quickest overall lap, but Hendricks going to come to complete lap 2. He will not pick up. He'll stay 10th. And Benz is going to pick up to a 15.454, but will stay 7th quickest overall. So no pickup in the position department for Charlene Benz, but still a nice lap turned in by the 67. Tim Roeder in the 63 and the 1T of Tucker James on the racetrack. In group number 2, group number 10, I should say. I was only a couple numbers off. Coming back to the green flag. Tim Roeder working through turns 3 and 4. You'll see the white this time by lap number 1 says 16th quickest for Roeder, 15.973 second lap time as James goes 17th with a 16.069. James was one of the drivers that participated in the meet and greet before tonight's festivities, running that throwback paint scheme, but he comes to the checkered flag, and he's not going to improve on lap number 2 as he slid high. Roeder did improve to 13th quickest overall with a 15.791 second lap time for driver number 63. Andrew Turpin in the 56, and the 1 of Tyler Alsh, the only driver not named Dave Kerrigan, who won this season at the Linda Speedway. He won the last time the All Star Slingshots were here 3 weekends ago on championship night after nearly besting Kerrigan earlier in the season. So keep an eye on the Alsh's auto sales number 1 to perhaps be a threat tonight in the 50-lapper. Both drivers see the green flag. Turpin's shown speed as well. We'll see if he can continue that here in time trials as he sees the white flag first. Andrew Turpin, 10th quickest, 15.559 for Turpin. Alsh goes to the top of the time charts, 15.072 for Tyler Alsh. Scott Neary withstood every other challenger from the beginning of time trials, but driver number 22 goes to the top. Tyler Alsh, the quickest overall time, 15.072. Turpin goes 11th quickest, 15.559, but Tyler Alsh on a hot streak as of late, and he's your new fastest overall timer with 7 cars still to clock in a lap. Michael Beckett in the 22 and the 78 of Aiden Donaldson on the Speedway in this next group. Beckett was top 5 in warm-ups earlier this evening, so that blue and orange number 22 could have something to say about Alsh's quickest overall time. He's going to come to see the white flag this time by, and Beckett, 12 fastest, 15.573 for the 22. Donaldson comes. He'll go 8th quickest, 15.450 as he sees the white. Coming back to the checkered flag, Michael Beckett jumps up to 11th, 15.527. Nice little pickup on lap 2 for him. Donaldson cannot improve on lap 2. He will stay 8th quickest overall. John Heberling in the 29 onto the Speedway with the 42P of Mason Pittenger on the track. Heberling from Fredericksburg, Pennsylvania. Pittenger hailing from Wind Gap, Pennsylvania. And they're both on the racetrack. Heberling, a regular competitor here at Linda's Speedway, in that 29 machine. Works it down the backstretch and off the turn number 3. A couple cars that have not yet taken time that were slated to. We'll see if they come out after these two drivers. Heberling goes 23rd quickest, 16.290. Pittenger 18th, 15.872. And Heberling will pick up on his second lap, but he will stay 24th quickest overall. Pittenger stays 18th, 15.872. Couple cars that are going to come out for one lap only since they missed the call to come out for their initial group. So that's going to be Chase Bixler in the 76 coming out of the racetrack and the 18S of Ronnie Spittler. Titan Deal is the car that did not come out on the racetrack at all. Green and white flags fly for Bixler and Spittler. Coming back to turns 1 and 2, and looks like they'll be the final drivers to take a shot at Tyler Alsh's quickest overall time set late in the session. After Scott Neary, the first car out there, had the fastest lap for a lot of the time trial session. 25th, now 26th for Bixler, 10th quickest for Ronnie Spittler. But that looks like it's going to do it. So Tyler Alsh, the quickest overall time, will go down and get a word with him, 15.072. Scott Neary, Jared Silphy, Dave Kerrigan, and Kyle Hervey, your top 5 through Lebanon Valley 50 time trials. So, Tyler Alsh, your quickest overall timer. Congratulations. After the win a couple weeks ago, you followed up with the quickest overall time in time trials. Talk me through your lap.
I don't know what to say, but the car felt good, and we had great speed all year, so it's good to finally get a quick time for a 50 lapper, and hope we get lucky for the 50 laps.
So it's a strong field tonight, but how do you like your chances going into the heat race and into the rest of the night?
I'm feeling pretty good about it. I think we could do pretty good, and that
was the easy job for you, I guess, if nothing else. But now it gets fun for you going out and racing, and obviously having the opportunity after some of the great battles you've had this season to try and win one of the biggest races of the year.
Yeah, I hope we get the chance to win this race. And what would be a bucket list thing to just win the 50 laps and hope to lead all of them.
All right, well, best of luck. Maybe you can do just that. We'll see. Tyler Alsh, quickest overall timer in All Star Slingshot time trials for the Lebanon Valley 50. So we'll get into our heat races for tonight's evening, starting with the topless modifieds. They'll be up first. We have 20 of them here tonight, so they'll be split among two separate heat races of 10 apiece. Everybody will qualify. The top 6 finishers in each heat will redraw for the top 12 starting spots in tonight's topless mod feature. It's been a couple years since the mods were last topless here at the Speedway. They always put on a good show when they're here in Jonestown, Pennsylvania. We cannot wait So Kenny Harris and Ed Hollenbach are going to be your front row for heat number 1 for the topless modifieds. Ty Hoke and Jerry Bressler are going to start on row number 2. Then Jared Myers and Chris Smith will line up on row number 3 with Lance Garrison and the winner from last weekend, Josh Bewley, starting on row 4, and Brandon Allman, the 71, starting in position number 9 on the back row. No Trevor Bixler. He is a no-show. So 9 cars, and here we go for the first heat race of the evening. And trouble for Lance Garrison's car, who's come to a stop right under the flag stand right as they were getting ready to give the one-to-go signal. So they will tend to Garrison's car and see if they can either get him pushed off and tacked onto the rear of the field, or if they'll have to take him off the racetrack and see if they can get that 7S back out for tonight's feature. So last weekend, Bewley became the first multi-time winner at Lindo Speedway in the mods this season, other than Sam Shikatano, who had won 5 races in 2021 en route to the championship, both among Excel 600 mod tour competition and the NSS Property Services modified competition here at Lindo Speedway. But it's been a lot of parity this year in the modifieds, and we'll see if taking the tops off tonight will add to that parity and we get another new winner to close the season here at Linda's, or if somebody familiar can find their way to victory lane this evening. They are able to get Lance Garrison's car tacked back onto the rear of the field. Actually, looks like he will get his starting spot back in 7th, so he'll be on the inside of row 4. Now the lineup is back in order, and let's get down to it. Heat number 1 in topless modified competition. Kenny Harris and Ed Hollenbach. Here they come to the green flag. We are racing with Heat 1 for the topless 600 mods. Ed Hollenbach is sticking with Kenny Harris down the backstretch and off the turns 3 and 4. He's going to have the lead, though, is Harris. As he races through that set of corners, Hollenbach settles in line second. Hoke is third. Then Myers, Garrison, Bewley, and Bressler 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, with Ty Hoke having a problem. Something broken on the front end of that car The left front wheel of that car is pointing all in the wrong direction. It's about to come off that thing. Owen Bewley goes around in turn 2. Caution. So as Ty Hope's left front is just completely breaking, Josh Bewley goes around behind him, and now Hoke will come to a stop, I think, realizing the issue under caution. But a tough break for Ty Hoke, who was running up around third or fourth position before his issues took place, with something obviously failing on the left front of that car. And they'll have to tack him back onto the rear of tonight's feature, assuming they can get it fixed. So Bewley has rejoined the field, but Hoke is going to get towed off in turns 1 and 2. Field will get doubled up with 2 laps completed. Kenny Harris and Ed Hollenbach are your front row. We'll go green this time by with Myers and Garrison in row 2, Bressler and Smith in row 3, Bewley and Allman at the tail of the field. Here we go. Green flag in the air. Lance Garrison going to clear through to the third spot after starting in 7th. He'll try to put the pressure on Ed Hollenbach for the runner-up position back to turn number 3, as Bewley, with a good restart, is already up to 4th. He drives past Josh Myers. Myers' car squirrely through 1 and 2, trying to hold off Jerry Bressler. But it is still Kenny Harris out in front, coming to see the cross flags of Heat 1 halfway home. And a 4-car length lead over Ed Hollenbach off turn number 2 grows to 5 car lengths down the backstretch and off to turn number 3. Lance Garrison still right there on the back bumper of Ed Hollenbach as they race under the flag stand. Josh Bewley a few car lengths behind that duo of Hollenbach and Garrison down the back straightaway. Kenny Harris still going to see 2 laps to go. No challenge for him out in front for the time being. It is he, then Hollenbach, Garrison, Bewley, Myers, Bressler, your top 6. Chris Smith going to try and put the pressure on him for the final redraw spot. Coming to the white flag, Kenny Harris sees it first. Don't know if we'll see any changes for position on the final lap as Kenny Harris works his way into turn number 3, and he's going to see the checkered flag. Kenny Harris wins Heat 1 for the topless mods. Ed Hollenbach's going to hold off Lance Garrison for the runner-up spot. So Kenny Harris, your winner of Heat 1, Ed Hollenbach 2nd, Lance Garrison 3rd, Josh Bewley 4th, Jared Myers 5th, and Jerry Bressler 6th. Get the redraw spots. Chris Smith will finish 7th, Brandon Allman 8th, Ty Hope did not finish, Trevor Bixler did not start, and they will start in the back half of tonight's feature. One to go signal already given as heat number 2 comes out onto the racetrack with Ron Baer and your champion, Sam Shikatano, who was also fastest in warm-ups this evening, starting on the outside of the front row. Jeff Shank and Austin Daniels will line up in row 2. Chad Miller, Chad Kreiser in row 3. Eric Whitby, Steve McLaughlin in row number 4. Then Justin Schraden and David Bachman in row 5. Here we come to the green flag for the second and final heat race for the topless mods. Good start from Shikatano on the outside of Ron Baer, and he'll have the lead off to 1 and 2, bringing Austin Daniels with him as Shank slides high and keeps it straight in turn number 2 as he slid all the way up to the outside wall. Nearly came to a complete stop. They are 3 wide under the flag stand, splitting past Ron Baer's car. Eric Whitby and Chad Miller side by side. Whitby's going to have the 3rd spot off of turn number 2. Justin Schraden going to try and come with him, but he'll have a little tougher task getting around that neon pink roll cage And the blue 34, Chad Miller, who now runs fourth. No challenge for Chicatano out in front, as he's got off to a good advantage. Just ran the fastest lap of the race, 1.5 seconds out in front of Austin Daniels. And Eric Whitby is going to be the new challenger in the runner-up position as he drives under Daniels off turn number 2. One car is coming to a stop in turn number 2. That is Jeff Shank's car, who slowed in turn 2. Now appears to be getting up to some sort of a speed here down the backstretch, and looks like he'll tack on at the tail. Because only the leader, Sam Chicatano, completed that lap before the caution came out, the rest of the lineup will revert to the last completed lap. That's going to put Austin Daniels back in front of Eric Whitby for this restart. So he'll be on the inside of the front row, I believe, because Chicatano wants the outside. That's been the norm for Chicatano this season. He'll take that high side almost every chance he can get. Austin Daniels on the bottom, Eric Whitby and Chad Miller in row 2, then Schraden McLaughlin in row 3, Baron Kreiser in row 4, Shank and Bachman in row number 5. Outside car is the leader. That's Sam Chicatano powering off turn number 4 to get us back racing halfway home in heat 2. Good start. He will clear. Whitby's going to go back to work on Daniels for the runner-up spot. Justin Schraden's going to get by Chad Miller for 4th off into turn 3, and Whitby slides up in front of Daniels off turn 4. He's got the runner-up position back and got it for good now. Off to 1 and 2. See if he can run down Chicatano now, the top 2 in points this season at Linda Speedway, running 1-2 in this topless mod race as Austin Daniels goes for a slide in turns 3 and 4, right in the center of the corner. Good evasive driving by Justin Schraden to miss him. But Daniels goes for a loop-de-loop from 3rd. And he'll have to restart at the rear of the field. All right, we're going to have a green-white checkered to finish off the final modified heat race of 2021 at Linda Speedway. Sam Chicatano and Eric Whitby are your front row, and here we go. Green flag. And a good start from Chicatano. He will clear Whitby off the turn number 1. Whitby not going to go away quietly on the bottom, but he'll slide up behind the 28S. Schraden going to slide up in front of Miller for the 3rd position. Coming to the white flag, final lap of heat 1 for the champ, Sam Chicatano. Eric Whitby about a car length behind him off into 1 and 2. Runs a little bit wide in turn number 1. That'll allow Chicatano to open up the gap in turn number 3. And Sam Chicatano, the newly crowned champion, is going to take the checkers and win heat 2 over Eric Whitby and Justin Schraden. Chicatano, Whitby, Schraden, Miller, McLaughlin, Kreiser, your top 6, all going to redraw. Austin Daniels, Jeff Shank, Ron Baer, Dave Bachman, the rest of the lineup will start at the back for tonight's feature. All right, time to get these junior slingshot heat races underway. We will have 3 of them, 6 cars apiece. And as we talked about at the top of the show here at NRN, and the first thing that took to the racetrack this evening was the time dashes for the junior slingshots. That set the lineup for each heat race. So Emily Ludwig and Chase Zimmer are going to start on the front row. Ludwig also has the quickest time in warm-ups earlier this evening. So she has been the stout car all night. She'll be on row 1 with Zimmer, and then Xavier Sprague and Braden Morrison will start in row number 2 with Colton Williams and Trevor Hofton in row 3. Heads up format all nights in the Junior Slingshots and the All Star Slingshots. So whoever wins this first heat is going to start on pole for tonight's Lebanon Valley 20. Emily Ludwig has been the quick car all night. She starts on pole for heat 1 with Chase Zimmer on the outside, and we are green. Ludwig's going to clear in turn 4, but Zimmer's going to try and cross her back over off the turn number 1. Here comes Chase Zimmer on the inside. He's going to slide past, and he's got the top spot. Down the back straightaway, Chase Zimmer out in front. Braden Morrison now on the inside, trying to go to work on Ludwig, but Ludwig will slide back in line in the second position and try to go back to work on Chase Zimmer, who leads after 1 lap, working down the back straightaway. Morrison and Sprague run 3rd and 4th, and Colton Williams in the 5th position, and Trevor Hofton running in 6th. Chase Zimmer continuing to run the fast laps out in clean air. Emily Ludwig not letting him get away. She closes up big time entering turn number 3 on the high side. Zimmer, though, able to get a nice drive off the bottom. He will hold his advantage. Xavier Sprague ran the fastest lap of the race that time around. He's trying to make something happen on the inside of Braden Morrison as they race off of turn number 2, but Morrison has the high side momentum. He'll hold on to turn 3. Chase Zimmer's going to see the cross flags from head starter Mike Fry, and that side-by-side battle is going to continue between Sprague and Morrison. Sprague on the inside just keeps getting pinched down off the corner by Morrison, who's holding a nice and tidy line on the outside of the racetrack. Gap is still about 2 or 3 car lengths between Zimmer and Ludwig off the turn number 1. Chase Zimmer has been close to winning multiple times this season. The junior slingshot division has not yet gotten the job done, but with 2 laps to go, he's out in front of heat 1, trying to start on pole tonight for the Lebanon Valley 20, presented by J&J Auto Body. Emily Ludwig is not letting him get away, but I don't know if she's going to have a chance to make a move here on this final lap, unless she can put together a big set of corners. Just ran the fastest lap that time around. Whatever she found that last lap worked, but I don't think she's going to have anything for Zimmer off the turns 3 and 4. Zimmer on the inside, going to come off the corner, and Chase Zimmer is going to want heat number 1 for the junior slingshots. And that means that Chase Zimmer is going to start on pole for tonight's Lebanon Valley 20, with Emily Ludwig 2nd, Braden Morrison 3rd, Xavier Sprague 4th, Colton Williams 5th, and Trevor Hofton 6th. Heat number 2 coming out onto the racetrack, led out by Dylan Beadle in the 22 and the 42 of Dylan Hahn. That'll be row number 1. Then CJ Kim in the 18 and the H1 of Hayden Kim will start in row 2. And Peyton Linedecker in the 83 and the 36 of Jocelyn Derensig starting on the outside of row 3. So, Dylan Beadle and Dylan Hahn have the field in their hands. 1 to go signal given as they cross under the flag stand. 8 laps to distance, and here we go with heat number 2. Dylan Beadle and Dylan Hahn on the front row will lead us down to the backstretch start zone. They can go anywhere between the 2 lines. We are green to turns 3 and 4. Side by side, and a good drive off turn 4 for Dylan Hahn. He's going to have the lead back to turn number 1 from the outside pole. So that's 2 heat races in a row now where the outside pole sitter has taken the lead in the Junior Slingshots, and Dylan Hahn now going to try and put it in the wind here as he leads Dylan Beadle, CJ Kim, Peyton Leindecker, Hayden Kim, and Jocelyn Derensig. Now the question is, can Dylan Beadle try to close in on Dylan Hahn out in front of the field? Maybe 2 car lengths between them as they race off of turn number 2 and down to turn number 3. Beadle is not letting Hahn get away. Those 2 have gotten away from third place runner CJ Kim. Going to come back to see the crossed flags this time by, and Dylan Hahn continues to hold the advantage. Dylan Beadle not able to close in just yet. Hahn running a little bit of a higher line through the corners. Beadle running closer down to those infield tractor tires, coming around to C3 to go. Beadle was able to close in a little bit that lap around, just ran the fastest lap of the race so far, but catching is one thing, passing is another. He's got to catch Dylan Hahn first, and he's got only 2 laps left to do it. And Hahn was quicker that time around, running that middle lane of the racetrack. So that 42 looks to be hooked up here in heat number 2 as Dylan Hahn sees the white flag. He ran the fastest lap of the race that last time around, so he is pulling away from Dylan Beadle out in front, and Dylan Hahn will see the checkered flag to win heat 2, running another fastest lap of the race that final time around. He wins the heat. Dylan Hahn, your winner. Dylan Beadle, second. CJ Kim, third. Peyton Leindecker, fourth. Hayden Kim, fifth. And Jocelyn Derensig, sixth. So the first 2 heat winners for the Junior Slingshots each came from the outside pole. Perhaps that bodes well for Chase Schott, who starts on the outside pole for heat number 3. Running that Scott Irwin tribute side panel on his number 10S. He will start from the outside of the front row with Parker Hendricks, your pole sitter, after being quickest in the 3rd time dash. Barry Seaman in the 36B, and the 7 of Abby Hendricks will be in row 2. Then Austin Crobeth in the 14, and the 24 of Bobby Klein. That is row number 3. We're going to come back to lights out this time by Parker Hendricks and Chase Schott are the front row. And let's see, can the pole sitter get it done, or does Chase Schott have a chance from the outside pole to take the heat race victory? Maybe someone else can do it. Let's see. Coming back to the green flag, Parker Hendricks is able to clear shot off of turn number 4. And he will lead back to turn 1. Shot running second. Side by side, the battle is going to be on between Seaman and Krobeth. Abby Hendricks working her way around the outside as Seaman slides sideways off turn number 4. Keeps it straight. Let's go open the door, though, for Abby Hendricks to try and get through on the outside. In the meantime, Parker Hendricks and Chase Schott running nose to tail into turn number 3. Parker Hendricks out in front, but Chase Schott is all over the back bumper of car number 8. Oh, Hendricks slid a little high there in turn 4. I thought that was going to open the door for Schott to get through on the bottom. It didn't quite, but he's still not going away quietly. Chase Schott going to win the Keystone Cup Championship in the Junior Slingshots this year by the looks of it. He's also a multi-time winner here this season. Had a very impressive showing 3 weeks ago when he ran with the All Star Slingshots here at Linda Speedway. That kid appears to be going places, but Parker Hendricks is putting a really good performance in right now. He's going places too. He's going to try and start third in the Lebanon Valley 20. If he can win this third and final heat race, he is pulling away from Schott. Barry Seaman is closing in now in the 36B after that little slide in turn number 4 early in the race. He's trying to catch back up to these front two, running blistering fast lap times in the 3rd position. But I don't think he's going to catch the front two. Parker Hendricks, your leader with 1 lap to go. Don't think Chase Schott's going to be close enough to challenge despite heating up that back bumper. He's now fallen about 3 car lengths in arrears. Parker Hendricks is going to come out of turn number 4. He'll win heat 3 for the Junior Slingshots. Parker Hendricks is your winner of Heat 3. Chase Schott 2nd, Barry Seaman 3rd, Abby Hendricks 4th, Austin Krobeth 5th, and Bobby Klein 6th. All right, the Gene Latta Central PA Legends ready to go here for their 4th and final appearance at Linda Speedway. They have 2 heat races that will commence to the racetrack next. Half a dozen cars in each of them. And the top 3 going to redraw for tonight's top 6 starting positions as everybody will qualify. So here they come. Bill Deal in the 53 and the 61 of Sean Miller. Going to start on the front row. Logan Carball in the 27 and the Z12 of Randy Getz going to be in row 2. Then Choya Young in the 4J and the 17 of Corey Phillips line up in row number 3. All right, here we go. Green flag waving. We're underway with Heat 1 for the Gene Latta Ford Central PA Legends. Bill Deal going to lead him back to turns 1 and 2. Logan Carball over the back bumper of Sean Miller. Down the backstretch, he's going to slide off into turn number 3. On the inside, was trying to have a look. That car looks loose in turn 4. He slides sideways. Allows Randy Getz to get around the outside of him for 3rd. They're going to play a little bumper tag off turn number 2, and here comes Choya Young to the inside. It is a gaggle of cars behind the front 2. Whoa, Choya Young had a big moment there in turn number 4. Slides to the tail behind Corey Phillips. Bill Deal, though, out in front, down the backstretch. No challenge for him for the time being. Sean Miller trying to see if he can close in, but to no avail for now. As Randy Getz runs third, Logan Carball fourth, Corey Phillips and Shoya Young fifth and sixth. Carball trying to heat up Getz to get back in that final redraw spot to have a chance to start on the pole this evening. Randy Getz, though, is going to heat up the back bumper of Miller as they race back to turn number 3. Here comes Getz on the inside. That's going to be the battle for second off of the corner. And it is a 5-car freight train back to turn number 1. Here comes Getz on the bottom. Side by side off the corner. Randy Getz on the inside. Sean Miller on the outside. Getz slides in front. He's got second. Now can Carball come with him with 2 laps to go? Side by side, they will race for third into turn number 1. Logan Carball on the inside. He gets through. Now Corey Phillips' door is open for him to try to get the 4th spot. No challenge for Bill Deal out in front with 1 lap to go in Heat 1. Getz is through to second. Carball is through to the 3rd spot. And after running second for most of this heat race, Sean Miller has dropped all the way to the back. Checkered flag for Bill Deal. He wins Heat 1. And coming to the line, Corey Phillips was going to try and get that redraw spot from Carball, but couldn't do it. It's going to be Bill Deal, Randy Getz, and Logan Carball making the redraw. Then Corey Phillips, Shoya Young, and Sean Miller. The rest of your finishing order for Heat 1. So Robert Stoff is going to start on pole position for this heat race. He was fastest in warm-ups. He'll be on pole with the 2-time winner this season at Linda's, Travis McClelland, on his outside. Then the other winner this season, Blaine Leppo, starting inside row 2 with Aaron Updegraff on his outside. Owen Dim and Richie Dobson on row number 3, and then the 11R of Scott Musselman as the green flag is in the air. Here they come off turn 2, side by side. McClelland on the high side, going to get around Robert Stoff for the lead into turn number 3. He's got it coming off of the corner. Travis McClelland through to the point. Stoff, though, not going away. They'll race back to turn number 3. McClelland and Stoff notice the tail into that set of corners. Now here comes Stoff trying to drive it down the hill. They'll be side by side under the flag stand and off into turn number 1. Blaine Leppo settled in the 3rd position. Updegraff now racing side by side with Dim coming off of the corner. Owen Dim's going to clear Updegraff for that 4th position. Coming back to see the cross flags. Travis McClelland, though, out in front. Fastest lap of the race. He is pulled away from Robert Stoff. Blaine Leppo can try and go to work now on Stoff for the runner-up position with Owen Dim running in 4th, trying to find a way to get into the redraw. Here comes Leppo on the inside, trying to close in back to 1 and 2. It's 3 cars under a blanket. So that set of corners. But Travis McClelland has pulled away. He won the Erman Falk Memorial to start the season for the Legends here at Linda's Speedway back on April 30th. A couple months later, came back and took the checkered flag, was not able to win the last time the Legends were here 6 weeks ago. That went to Blaine Leppo, but he's trying to make it 3 for 4 at the Speedway on the season, and he sees the white flag in heat number 2, trying to put himself in a good position for tonight's main event. Blaine Leppo continuing to heat up Robert Stoff for second, but I don't think he's going to get there. Coming to the checkered flag, Travis McClelland wins heat number 2. as Stoff comes home second over Lepo and Dim, who was closing. So it's Travis McClellan, Robert Stoff, Blaine Lepo, Owen Dim, Aaron Updegraff, Richie Dobson, and Scott Musselman, your finishing order. McClellan, Stoff, and Lepo are the cars that make the redraw. So final set of heat races on the evening going to be for the All Star Slingshots. 29 cars here tonight for the Slingers. That means that we will need a B main, and the top 6 from each of the 3 heat races will qualify straight through to tonight's A main 50 lapper. Lineup looks like this for heat number 1. Tyler Alsh, your fastest overall timer, going to start from pole position with Dave Kerrigan starting on the outside of row 1. Then Josh Roth and Ronnie Spittler, they'll line up together in row number 2 with the 00 of Ryan Raidline and the 68 of James Benz starting in row 3. Mason Pittenger starts alongside Lucas Pittenger on row number 4, the 42P and the 95P. Then John Heberling in the 29 and the 33 of Cole Armstrong. Complete your 10-car starting lineup for heat number 1. Top 6 transfer to tonight's A main. Tyler Alsh and Dave Kerrigan are your front row. Those two battled a couple times for victory this season. Each got 1. Kerrigan got a victory over Alsh late in the year. Alsh got him back in the season finale. Alsh with the quickest overall time, trying to win the heat race and start on pole. I don't know what happened on that start, but that's going to come back. Dave Kerrigan was pulling in front of Tyler Alsh down the backstretch and kind of kept going, and Tyler Alsh never went. And that looked really, really bad coming back to the start zone on the backstretch. So we'll line it up and try it again. All right, going to try it again here with Tyler Alsh and Dave Kerrigan, your front row. And hopefully a much more even start to this first heat race. The pole position for tonight's Lebanon Valley 50 on the line in this heat. Here we come. Green flag. Back to racing. Much better start through 3 and 4. Alsh on the inside. Going to try and slide up, but Kerrigan not going to give him the opportunity to do that. They'll be side by side into turn 1. And Dave Kerrigan around the outside. He has got the lead down the backstretch and off the turns 3 and 4. 3 wide, further back, and there's contact in turn 3. Spittler, Roth, and Benz all got together. They all got it sorted out. Josh Roth got the worst of that one, though. He falls all the way back to 8th. Spittler continues in 3rd. Benz now racing back to the inside of Mason Pittenger for the 5th position. Dave Kerrigan out in front of Tyler Alsh. The front 2 have pulled away pretty nicely. The difference between starting 1st and 4th in tonight's feature. In the meantime, battle's going to be on for a transfer spot. Mason Pittenger, James Benz, and Josh Roth all running nose to tail, 5th, 6th, and 7th, but only 2 of them make the dance. Coming back to see 3 laps remaining this time by. Dave Kerrigan continuing to lead. Tyler Walsh is not letting him out of his sights, but he's also not getting much closer. Back to 1 and 2. The gap is about 3 car lengths off the corner. He's going to have to make something happen. James Benz running in 5th now. Mason Pittenger in that 42 is running 6th in front of Josh Roth. That's the last transfer spot. We'll keep an eye on that battle. Coming back to 2 to go. Roth is not going to go away quietly. For the back bumper of Pittenger, coming back to turn number 3. White flag, though, for Dave Kerrigan, the 2021 track champion here at Linden Speedway in the All Star Slingshot division. He did it on the strength of 9 victories. And as he comes out of turn number 4, Dave Kerrigan is going to win Heat 1 and start on the pole for tonight's Lebanon Valley 50 over the quickest overall timer, Tyler Walsh, who comes home 2nd and will start 4th as a result. So Kerrigan, Walsh, Spittler, Raidline, Benz, and Pittenger transfer to the A main. Roth, then Lucas Pittenger, Cole Armstrong, and John Heberling all have to go to the B main. World champion Scott Neary and former Speedway champion Kyle Hervé start on row 1 for heat number 2 of the All Star Slingshots. Aiden Donaldson and Brett Spittler are on row number 2. Then Andrew Turpin and Austin Webster on row 3. Tyler Lillick, Tucker James on row 4. Chase Bixler and Titan Deal in row number 5. Green flag is in the air, and here we come. We're racing with heat number 2. Scott Neary on the bottom. He'll race side by side with Hervé down to turns 1 and 2. Neary's just going to squeak in front off to turn number 1. He's going to have the lead. Donaldson running in 3rd now with Spittler and Turpin side by side for 4th. Scott Neary's going to come around to lead the opening lap, trying to defend his Lebanon Valley 50 victory. Pulls away nicely from Hervé. A Hervé slid high there in turn number 2. Opens up the door for Aiden Donaldson to try and make something happen on the bottom. They'll be wheel-to-wheel off the corner, but Hervé will hang on to the runner-up spot as they race back to turn number 1. Tyler Lillick holding down that 6th position in front of Austin Webster and Tucker James. Chase Bixler right there as well. We'll keep an eye on that battle over the final 5 laps of this heat, but Scott Neary has checked out. Big time advantage for the 1S. He's pulled away to a much bigger lead than we saw Kerrigan get in that first heat over Tyler Walsh. Neary, the fastest overall driver, and almost was the first driver to take time in tonight's time trial session, and looks like he very well may be the quick overall timer, but then Tyler Walsh came around late in the session and knocked him off. Neary, though, trying to start on the outside pole for tonight's feature, and that could actually be an advantage with what we've seen this evening, to start on the outside of the front row. That seems to be the line to go for these slingers tonight. So Neary could actually put himself in a better spot by winning this second heat now, if the high line is where his car seems strong. Right now it seems strong everywhere on the racetrack. Coming back to the white flag, we'll keep an eye on the battle for the transfer spot. Tyler Lillick's got 2 car links on Austin Webster into turn number 3. Tucker James right there with him. They may get to battling. That might close the door on any opportunity for Webster to get by. Coming to the checkered flag, Scott Neary wins heat number 2. And coming through turns 3 and 4, Webster sent it in there into turn number 3, but he's not going to get to Tyler Lillick for the last transfer spot. So Scott Neary, your winner. He'll start on the outside of the front row for tonight's Lebanon Valley 50, with Kyle Hervé finishing 2nd, Aiden Donaldson, Brett Spittler, Andrew Turpin, and Tyler Lillick The 6 cars that transfer Austin Webster, Tucker James, Chase Bixler, and Titan Deal going to have to go to the B main. One more heat race remaining on the evening, and it is the third heat for the All Star Slingshots coming onto the racetrack right now. They'll be led out by the 5S of Jared Silphy and the 95 of Joe McCardle. That is row number 1. And Charlene Benz in the 67 and the 22 of Michael Beckett will start in row 2. James Hendricks and Tim Roeder starting in row 3. Amanda Angstadt, Faith Turnbull, row 4. And then Ryan Updegrove going to start in the 9th position, but troubles for Tim Roeder's car. He comes to a stop in turn number 1, and the 6th place starter with a problem. Roeder is going to be able to get that car back fired away. So everybody will get crisscrossed. Roeder will tack on at the tail, and we'll come around and see one to go this time by. Silphy and McCardle on the front row for heat race number 3 for the All Star Slingshots. Winner of this one starts 3rd in tonight's feature. Here they come. Jared Silphy, Joe McCardle on the front row. We are green with the 3rd and final heat race for the All Star Slingshots. Jared Silphy able to get away to the top spot. McCardle right there on his bumper back to turn 1. Benz and Beckett slide in line 3rd and 4th. And here comes McCardle to the inside, down the back straightaway. Big drive into turn number 3 for Joe McCardle. He's going to take over the lead. To the front goes number 95, Joe McCardle. He's going to bring Charlene Benz with him coming out turn number 2. Charlene to the inside, going to take over that 2nd position. Over Silphy, your pole sitter, who's fading back just a little bit now into the clutches of Michael Beckett. They'll be side by side off of the corner as Roeder's got more issues. He's going to pull off. James Hendricks also has a problem. He's going to slow on the backstretch as Beckett gets around Silphy for the 3rd spot. And Hendricks will pull off in turn 3. Will stay green, I think. And yes, he's gotten all the way off the racetrack, so we are good. Cross flags. A fading Jared Silphy back to the 4th spot has opened the door for Joe McCardle, Charlene Benz, and Michael Beckett to run 1, 2, 3. Don't think we'll see a battle for the transfer spot. Faith Turnbull's got a nice gap over Ryan Updegrove. Coming back to turns 1 and 2. Out the front straightaway, so I don't think there'll be a challenge there. We'll see if Charlene Benz can close in on Joe McCardle for the heat race victory with 2 laps remaining. McCardle out in front of the field, working down the backstretch and into turn number 3. He will see the white flag this time by Joe McCardle. Final lap out in front. From the outside of the pole, Joe McCardle is going to steal heat race number 3 and take home the victory. He'll start 3rd in tonight's feature in car number 95. Joe McCardle, your winner. Charlene Benz 2nd, Michael Beckett 3rd, Jared Silphy 4th, Amanda Angstadt 5th, and Faith Turnbull, the last transfer car, coming home in 6th. Ryan Updegrove, James Hendricks, and Tim Roeder all going to have to head to the B main. So we're going to have a short 10 or so minute break here to get the track all in order for tonight's features. We'll start with the Lebanon Valley 20 for the Junior Slingshots. That'll be the first thing on the racetrack. Then we'll have the All Star Slingshot B main and your final three features of the night, concluding with the Lebanon Valley 50. So we will have a little 10-minute break if you want to get up, stretch your legs, maybe get something to eat. Now is a perfect time to do so. Once again, we'd like to thank all of our supporters here at the Linda Speedway, including our food provided by Fair Food Express. Want to thank Hoosier Tire, Mid-Atlantic, and Precise Racing Products, in addition to Seidel Hyundai, Hyper Racing, NSS Property Services, Appalachian Auto, Mount Gretna Roller Rink, Stephen Karen Kerstetter, Amy's Photos, Mike Knappenberger, and the Race Chasers, and Kim's Creations. Without the support of our sponsors, we could not do what we do throughout 6 months of the year to put on great racing for all of you race fans to enjoy, including tonight's events between the All Star Slingshots, Junior Slingshots, Topless Modifieds, and the Gene Latta Ford Central PA Legends. So we thank all of our supporters for all that they do. Also have 4 race chasing awards here this evening, courtesy of Mike Knappenberger and the Race Chasing Award Fund. $25 prizes from K&R Racing, TJ's Guns and Ammo, the Race Chasing Sticker Fund, and from assistant starter Neil Bortz put up $25 this evening. Best of luck to all drivers in the Race Chasing Awards tonight and throughout the entire season. This is the 123rd event that the Race Chasing Awards have been at this season. They've raised over $19,000 to give to the drivers. So once again, best of luck to all drivers in the Race Chasing Awards tonight and throughout the remainder of the racing season. Want to remind everybody, once we get done racing this evening at the Linda Speedway, tomorrow we have the Jonestown Demolition Derby making its return to Linda's, second year in a row that we've had it. You see the demo course set up in the infield. That will be used tomorrow for the Jonestown Derby. It is $15 for adult admission, but you get an all-access pass to the pits, the stands, and the race for $15 to get in. Children ages 6 to 12 can get in for $5, and children ages 5 and under can get in free. The grandstands open at 4 o'clock and the Derby begins at 5. We have 5 different classes of cars that will have the demo Derby for. It was a smash hit last year. We cannot wait to have it once again this year. Tomorrow afternoon, come on out to the Linda Speedway for the Jonestown Demolition Derby. Of course, next weekend, next Friday night, the Linda Speedway, we have 3 divisions in order. The final race prior to the National Open for the 270s and wingless 600s. The micro sprint's going to be back in action. A lot of them outrunning the Skyscraper tonight at Bridgeport this weekend, but they'll be back next Friday night for the final tune-up before National Open 32. We'll also have the Open 4-cylinder race for the final time in 2021. We had one earlier this season. That was won by Jeff Erb. We'll have the Open 4-cylinders back for one final time in 2021. And then, of course, in 2 weekends' time, you know what comes next. National Open 32 for the 270s and the wingless 600s. It's $3,200 to win the National Open in the 270s and even $3,000 in the 600s. Festivities will begin with prelim night on Friday. We'll have time trials for both classes, heat races for the 600s, and then the 23rd Race of Champions for the 270s on Friday night, October 15th. And then we'll come back Saturday, October 16th. We'll run 270 heat races. We'll go through the alphabet soup for both divisions. And then the 40-lap A mains. Who's going to be the champions of National Open 32? That's what we'll decide. That's what we'll decide next Saturday. Actually, 2 Saturdays from now at Linda's Speedway. Cannot wait for that one. We'll have one weekend off and then come back at the end of the month for World Championship weekend for the All Star and Junior Slingshots. 4 races for each class over the span of 3 days. We'll race Friday night, have a doubleheader on Saturday, and then come back Sunday afternoon as well for World Championship weekend, October 29th through the 31st. So once again, racing tonight, the Jonestown Derby tomorrow. We race again next Friday night with the 270, 600s, and open 4 cylinders. The National Open in 2 weeks, Friday and Saturday, and World Championship weekend at the end of the month. All right, it is time for the J&J Auto Body Lebanon Valley 20 for the Junior Slingshots. Here they come on to the racetrack. They'll be gridded on the front stretch, and they are ready to go. Here we go. It is time for the J&J Auto Body Lebanon Valley 20 at Linda's Speedway for the Junior Slingshots. And here we go. Fireworks going off overhead. And now the field is pulled away after being gridded on the front stretch. And here's how they line up. Chase Zimmer is going to start from pole position. After winning the first heat race, he's going to have Dylan Hahn on his outside. That's row number 1. Parker Hendricks won the other heat. He'll start third with Emily Ludwig, the quickest overall timer during the time dashes, starting in row 2. Then Dylan Beadle and Chase Schott, the likely Keystone Cup champion, starting in row number 3, with Braden Morrison and CJ Kim in row 4. Barry Seaman and Xavier Sprague will start in row number 5, with Peyton Leindecker and Abby Hendricks in row 6. Colton Williams, Hayden Kim will start in row 7. Austin Krobeth, Trevor Hofton, row 8. Jocelyn Darnsig and Bobby Klein will start in row number 9. And here we go. It is time for the first Lebanon Valley 20 for the evening. The All Star Slingers will get 50 laps later on tonight, but the juniors get their time to shine now. Field is in the hands of Chase Zimmer and Dylan Hahn, leading us back to the start. We're not going to go. Jump start by Dylan Hahn, and Chase Zimmer might have added to the cause by getting on the brakes a little bit there at the start line. Either way, it was not very clean. So it's going to be a complete restart with those two back on the front row. Trouble for Austin Krobeth. His car comes to a stop in turn number 2, right in the middle of the backstretch. In the infield, he was starting in the 15th position, but tough break for him. So they do have a work area for this race. They will push Krobeth's car off into that work area, while we'll have a complete restart for the rest of the field. Doesn't sound like Krobeth will be able to rejoin. So Zimmer and Hahn back on the front row. Hoping for a much more even start this time to get this J&J Auto Body Lebanon Valley 20 for the Junior Slingshots underway. Final time we'll see them before World Championship weekend here at the Speedway, and we are green with the Lebanon Valley 20. Twin green flags in the air. Chase Zimmer leads Dylan Hahn onto the flag stand, and we are racing back to turn number 1. Zimmer's got Hahn all over his back bumper. Parker Hendricks running in the 4th spot. Emily Ludwig shuffled back to 5th. Now 6th as Chase Schott makes his way through on the bottom. Dylan Beadle has worked his way into the 4th spot. He'll try to put the pressure on Hendricks coming off the corner. And in the meantime, Dylan Hahn not letting Chase Zimmer get away off the turn number 3. 2 laps complete of the J&J Auto Body Lebanon Valley 20. Here comes Dylan Beadle looking on the inside of Parker Hendricks for 3rd. That's going to be the battle off turn 2. Beadle's going to drive under, and he might bring Chase Schott with him back to 3 and 4. Chase Schott running that Scott Irwin tribute body panel on the left side of his 10S, running in position number 5. Multiple-time winner this season, but he's got a long way to go to catch the front 2. Chase Zimmer's been the runner-up to Schott a couple times this year. He wants to get the last lap tonight in the Lebanon Valley 20, but he's got to hold off Dylan Hahn, who's working to the inside in turn 1. They'll be side by side. Zimmer shuts the door on him off to that set of corners, and he'll hold the lead. Beadle has worked his way to 3rd, and he's not out of this fight either, trying to close in on the front 2 as Hendricks and Schott race nose to tail off the corner. Might have been a little contact coming off turn 4. They both keep it straight, though. Colton Williams has worked his way to 6th now, past Emily Ludwig, who's falling back. She's got to deal with Xavier Sprague down the back straightaway for 7th. Zimmer continues to hold on, but not by much over Dylan Hahn. Hahn is heating up the back bumper of that gray number 15, who slides a little high off the corner. Hahn got a better exit that time, and he'll drive his way through turns 3 and 4. He'll try the outside in turns 1 and 2. Here comes Dylan Hahn trying to get the momentum built up. He'll fall back in line behind Zimmer. He'll give Zimmer a love tap off turn number 2, and Dylan Beatles right there. It's going to be a 3-car battle back to turn number 3, nose to tail. Chase Zimmer continues to hold on, but not by much. Some furious attacks from Dylan Hahn and Dylan Beetle. Chase Shot working his way to the inside of Parker Hendricks. That is for position number 4. He will slide his way through. He's got the spot, and he's got 10 more laps. Make it 11 more laps to try and catch that battle for the lead. 9 completed in the Lebanon Valley 20. 1 car off the pace of the back. It's Bobby Klein. He is kind of in the way. Zimmer's going to have to pick a way to get around him into turn number 1. He'll move high in turns 1 and 2. Everybody's going to get around him without any problem. Klein's going to stay on the racetrack, though. Here they come, back to see 9 laps to go. Chase Zimmer is your leader still. About 2 car lengths is the gap between he and Hahn coming down the back stretch. Bobby Klein's car has a flat right rear tire. I don't know if he's going to make it off the racetrack. The leaders are going to come back to him. Oh, Zimmer slides high, try to get around him. And with that, the race officials say, all right, time to throw the caution. Get Klein's car off the racetrack safely. That was a close call for the leader. He'll come to a stop in turn number 2, but he nearly collected Chase Zimmer, your leader, as they were trying to lap past him. That's going to give us a restart with 8 laps to go. After the first 12 went clean and green, Dylan Hahn put so much pressure on Chase Zimmer, but Zimmer was able to hold on. He's got the lead now over Hahn, Beetle, Schott, and Williams, your top 5. Chase Schott running in 4th should be well in position to clinch the Keystone Cup Championship, but he would like to insert himself into the battle for the Lebanon Valley 20. He's got 3 very fast cars in front of him, including Chase Zimmer, who, as we mentioned, has been his runner-up a couple times this season at Linda's Speedway. Can he get the win tonight is the big question. Or what about Dylan Hahn and Dylan Beetle in the 42 and the 22 running 2nd and 3rd? Gotta think they're going to have a chance. Hahn was really, really pressuring Zimmer that entire run. Zimmer's your leader, followed by Hahn, Beetle, Schott, and Williams, your top 5. Then Xavier Sprague, Parker Hendricks, Emily Ludwig, Barry Seaman, and Braden Morrison, 6 through 10. CJ Kim, Peyton Leindecker, Trevor Houghton, Abby Hendricks, and Hayden Kim, 11 through 15. 16th is Jocelyn Derisig, with Bobby Klein and Austin Krobeth likely out of the race. Double file restart with 8 laps to go here is upcoming for the Junior Slingers. We will come back to lights out this time by the sound of it as the lineup is into order. So can Chase Zimmer hang on to win the J&J Autobody Lebanon Valley 20? Or does Dylan Hahn, Dylan Beetle, Chase Schott, or anybody else have anything for him? Tough to count anybody out with what we saw over those first 12 laps. And a double file restart going to re-rack things now. Chase Zimmer and Dylan Hahn lead us to the backstretch start zone. We are coming back. We will see the green flag. Chase Zimmer is going to get back under Dylan Hahn. Hahn looked to get away early there on the start, but he gave it back in turns 3 and 4, so Zimmer's got the top spot, but here comes Hahn around the high side. They'll be side by side off into turn number 3. Hahn fell back behind Zimmer, but still had a great bit of momentum on the high side, and they'll continue to be side by side into 1 and 2. 7 laps to go. Hahn led the stripe that time. Side by side are Schott and Beetle behind him. Schott's going to clear through to third, but the side by side battle continues for the lead. Zimmer on the bottom, Hahn on the outside, still wheel to wheel. 6 to go. Chase Schott now going to move to the bottom. He's going to try and get under Dylan Hahn as they work under off of turn number 2. Zimmer is going to clear Hahn now. Hahn's going to slide in front of the nose of Schott and try to cross him back over. 5 to go, side by side. What a crossover move by Dylan Hahn. He's got the lead, but here comes Zimmer right back at him. Side by side down the back straightaway. Chase Zimmer on the inside. Dylan Hahn on the outside. Side by side. 4 to go. Hahn again at the stripe. Barely led that lap. 5 cars under a clump. Here comes Xavier Sprague to the inside. And Dylan Hahn around the high side is going to have the lead. Back to turn number 3. Chase Schott thinking about the bottom of Chase Zimmer, but Hahn is clear. Zimmer is clear to second. Now Schott and Sprague going to race for third. Chase Zimmer might not be done yet, though, with 3 laps to go. A side-by-side battle between Dylan Hahn and Chase Zimmer on the restart. And with 2 laps to go, Dylan Hahn now in control. Just ran his fastest lap of the race out in front of the field. Can he get away from Zimmer with a lap and a half to go? Schott running in third. Sprague running in fourth. Nose to tail of the front 4. Final lap of the J&J Auto Body Lebanon Valley 20. Dylan Hahn, if he can put together one more flawless set of corners, looks like he's going to be in position. Coming through turns 3 and 4. Dylan Hahn took it on a restart and wins the J&J Auto Body Lebanon Valley 20. An excellent battle between Dylan Hahn and Chase Zimmer, and Dylan Hahn takes home the win over Zimmer, Chase Schott, Xavier Sprague, and Dylan Beetle, your top 5. So we'll get to go down and talk to your winner, Dylan Hahn, winner of the J&J Auto Body Lebanon Valley 20. Dylan Hahn has pulled his number 42 into the winner's circle of the Lebanon Valley 20. Race fans, make some noise for your Lebanon Valley 20 winner, Dylan Hahn. He will stand on top of the roll cage, fireworks going off in the background, and Dylan Hahn, he's going to get the helmet. The specially vinyl helmet that'll go to the winner of both of tonight's Lebanon Valley 20 and Lebanon Valley 50 winners. But on a restart, Dylan Hahn got the job done. Dylan Hahn will get the celebratory helmet and the checkered flag. Congratulations, Dylan, winner of the Lebanon Valley 20.
Oh, thank you. I would like to thank all my sponsors and my parents, my grandparents, everyone who helped get this car ready. Rich and Ryan over there, they were amazing.
Well, your drive was amazing too. On that start, that first green flag run, Chase was holding you off, and you were kind of wearing out his back bumper a little bit, trying to find a way around him. And that restart came, and you guys had a battle, one heck of a battle for the lead, and you came out on top.
Yeah, thank you. I was running around the outside here, and I was just carrying my momentum, and I dived under him. It was fun.
Well, it was fun to watch too. Congratulations, Dylan Hahn, winner of the Lebanon Valley 20. A well-earned victory for Dylan Hahn. He will celebrate it. Chase Zimmer and Chase Schott will both get in a picture, and then we'll also get in a word with those two. They're bringing home second and third place finishes. What a race that was, especially on that restart. And congratulations between Dylan and Chase there. We'll get in a word here with Chase. Second place. I know you wanted the win, but that was a heck of a race between you and Dylan. You had a great battle out there for the victory, and you come home second, still a great finish. Talk me through your race.
I knew I couldn't really run the high side, so I had to keep it down low. I was just hoping if that caution didn't come out, I think I would have ran away with it.
Yeah, he was trying to get to you, but you found a way to hold him off that entire green flag run, just kept him behind you. Then you two kind of traded, not really slide jobs on each other, but you traded lines a couple of times and had a great battle there. Did you think you could get him, or was that about all it had?
I tried my best.
Yeah. You did that for sure. Chase, who do you want to thank for the second place finish?
Who I want to thank?
Yeah.
I would like to thank my dad, our pit crew, our sponsors. They all helped out tonight.
Well, you did a great job tonight, Chase. Congratulations. Second place finish, Dylan Hahn. And we'll go down here and talk to Chase Schott. Great drive through the field for you with those Scott Irwin tribute body panels on as well. And hey, you take home the Keystone Cup title as well. So third place finish on the night. How would you assess your evening?
It's very nice to win with toll points and everything.
Who do you want to thank for this one, Chase?
My sponsors, the person who let me run Scott Irwin's Pulse, and everyone who helped me build my car.
Well, you did him proud tonight. Congratulations. Third place finish, Chase Schott brings it home behind Chase Zimmer in second, and Dylan Hahn, your winner of the J&J Auto Body Lebanon Valley 20. I would say the future of the slingshot division is very much in good hands after what we just saw. An outstanding battle between Dylan Hahn, Chase Zimmer, Chase Schott, and others even. That those final 8 laps to the checkered flag, Dylan Hahn came out on top with the victory in the Lebanon Valley 20. Next up, we're going to have the B main for the All Star Slingshots. It's going to be 11 cars deep, and the top 4 advance to tonight's feature to round out the lineup. So they'll get everybody back from victory lane. They'll flip over the first digit right in front of the 0 there in victory lane. It says Lebanon Valley 20 right now. The 5 is upside down. They'll flip it back over for the Lebanon Valley 50. That's coming up at the end of the night for the All Star Slingers. But we've got their B main plus 2 more features beforehand to get to first for the Topless Mods and the Gene Latta Ford Central PA Legends. Of course, I want to remind everybody once again, the Jonestown Demolition Derby tomorrow afternoon. Be sure to come on out. The grandstands will open at 4. The Derby will begin at 5. We'll have 5 different classes of demolition derbies taking place tomorrow afternoon at the Linda Speedway. It was a smash hit last year. We hope you'll come out and join us on Saturday afternoon tomorrow. The smash hit literally last year was the Jonestown Derby. The course is set up in the infield right now. And then, of course, next Friday, we'll be back on the quarter mile. Okay, here comes the Slingshot Consi out onto the racetrack. Once again, top 4 qualify. And then we also will have 2 provisionals to be determined. We'll figure that out after this B main. But eight laps will be the distance of this B main, and your lineup will look like this. Josh Roth and Austin Webster going to start on the front row. Then Ryan Updegrove and Lucas Pittenger will start in row 2. Tucker James and Cole Armstrong will be in row 3. Chase Bixler, John Heberling in row 4. Titan Deal, James Hendricks, row 5. And Tim Roeder in row 6. However, Updegrove is not out there, and neither is Roeder. So everybody from third on back will move up, and Roeder also not out there as well. So we've got 9 cars, it looks like, for this B main. All right, lights are out. Here we go. Final preliminary of the night, and never mind, we're going to wave it off because Titan Deal's car has come to a stop on the front stretch. So a tough break for Titan. They will push him off, and looks like unless he can get a provisional, that's going to be the end of his evening. A provisional will go to the highest driver not qualified in Linda's Speedway track points, and then the highest driver not qualified in Keystone Cup points as well. So that's how the final 2 spots will be awarded. We'll figure out who those are after we figure out who the top 4 are that advance to tonight's Lebanon Valley 50. That Lebanon Valley 50's got a lot to live up to after what we just saw. But here we come back to the 1 to go signal, this time for the Slingshot B main. 8 cars for 8 laps, top 4 straight through. Josh Roth and Austin Webster field is in their hands, and we're green with the B main for the All Star Slingshots. Good start from James Hendricks on the outside. Further back, he's going to try his way around everybody back to turn number 1. Try the outside of Tucker James. That's for third off turn number 2. What a great start from him from the back row, as Roth and Webster have gotten away cleanly to the front 2 spots. And it's Hendricks and James racing side by side for third. Hendricks going to have that spot. Lucas Pittenger, the first car on the outside looking in, but he's losing a little bit of ground from the back bumper of Tucker Jones in the 1T. So Tucker Jones in the 1T is holding down that final transfer position, working back to turns 3 and 4. Josh Roth, Austin Webster, and James Hendricks right in front of him. Whoa, Pittenger's car all out of shape in turn number 2. He's able to keep it straight. Whoa, and then he gets turned around in turn 3 by Cole Armstrong. There was contact there as Pittenger was trying to come down a little. And Armstrong got into him, and that's going to send both cars to the back, I believe. Lights are out, coming back to the green flag this time by Roth, Webster, Hendricks, and Jones. Field is in their hands, coming back to the restart. James Hendricks might have jumped it, and I think it's coming back. It's not coming back. He's going to probably have to go and take that penalty at the end of the race. So we are going to stay green, but Hendricks is going to be penalized either the next caution or at the end of the race. He's running second right now with Josh Roth, your leader. Still, though, the top 4 remain the same. Roth, Hendricks, Webster, and Jones coming back to 2 laps to go. Doesn't look like there's going to be a challenge for Josh Roth out in front, battling further back in the field between Pittenger and Armstrong, but that's well outside of a transfer spot right now. Coming by to see the white flag. Final lap for Josh Roth. We're waiting on official word on James Hendricks, but he runs second for the time being behind Josh Roth, who sees the B-main checkered flag. He wins it, and he'll move on to the feature. So Josh Roth will qualify. So too will Austin Webster and Tucker Jones. James Hendricks was put back 2 spots at the end, but he will still remain in a transfer spot. He'll finish 4th. The provisionals will go to Chase Bixler and Lucas Pittenger as the highest driver in Linda's Speedway and Keystone Cup points. And John Heberling, Cole Armstrong, Ryan Upthegrove, Titan Deal, and Tim Roeder will all go home. With that, we're ready for the feature. For the topless modifieds, they'll be up next, 20 laps of distance. They'll be on the racetrack in just a matter of moments. All right, here we go. Ready to rock for the modifieds. Topless edition to end out the season. Here's how they'll go off for their 20-lap feature. Chad Kreiser and Justin Traden going to start on row number 1 after the redraw, and then your heat race winner, your fastest driver in warmups, and your champion in 2021 back-to-back, Sam Shikatano, starts from the inside of row 2 with Steve McLaughlin on his outside. Josh Bewley, last week's winner, starts inside row 3. He's got Jerry Bressler on his outside. Then Jared Myers and Eric Whitby will start in row number 4, with Ed Hollenbach and the other heat winner, Kenny Harris, starting in row 5. Chad Miller and Lance Garrison will start in row 6. Chris Smith and Austin Daniels in row number 7. Jeff Shank and Ron Baer will start in row 8. David Bachman, Ty Hoke in row 9. Trevor Bixler, Brandon Allman in row number 10. Bixler is not out there for the feature, so we've got 19 cars. And here we go for the final time this season, the 600 mods ready to go, topless edition. And we'll see them back here for the regular division in 2022, but they're topless tonight, and they are green for 20 laps as they come out of turn number 4. This time by We're Racing. And around the outside for the race lead goes Justin Schraden through to the point in turns 3 and 4. Sam Chicatano trying to come with him, can't do it. They're 3 wide further back between Bewley, Bressler, and Whitby. They get it sorted back out to their double file. Now back to 3 wide as Jared Myers will try the inside into turns 1 and 2. Whitby right through the middle, further back. That's for 5th, and he'll shoot it through the gap and in front of Jerry Bressler. Working behind Steve McLaughlin now as Kenny Harris will try the outside. It's still Schraden who leads through 2 laps. Sam Chicatano cuts to the inside of Chrysler for 2nd, and McLaughlin gets turned to the infield. Round he's going to go. Caution's out. McLaughlin spun to the inside of the backstretch and hit a tractor tire pretty hard right as they were getting ready to enter the corner. That puts us under caution. Looks like McLaughlin will be able to continue. That is good to see. So Justin Schraden was able to get the lead from the outside of the front row on that initial start. Chad Chrysler going to remain on the front row with 2 laps in the books. He's going to take the inside because Schraden wants the outside. So it's Chicatano and Whitby then on row 2, Bressler and Harris on row 3, Bewley and Myers on row 4, Allenbach and Garrison in row 5. One to go signal. Here we go. Coming back to the restart line in turn number 4. Here we go. Green flag is in the air. We're back to racing. And a good start from Schraden. He gets away. He might bring Whitby with him. Father and son race back off turn number 2. Kenny Harris going to come with them on the outside from row 3. He's up to 3rd. It's Schraden, Whitby, 1-2. Harris running 3rd. Chicatano trying to find his way around Chad Chrysler. He will, but he's back to 4th. Chrysler on the inside trying to settle in the 5th spot now. But it is Justin Schraden and Eric Whitby, 1 and 2. Kenny Harris running in 3rd. And Sam Chicatano 4th. They're trying to break away. Back to turn number 1. Whitby getting to close in as Chrysler had a big moment in turn 2. Slid up high. Open the door for Bewley, Bressler, and Hollenbach to all get past. Back to turn number 1. The leaders race down the backstretch. And into turn 3, Justin Schraden picked up a win in the companion race with Speedway earlier this year in late July. Whitby had a win early in the season. Has not yet found victory lane since then. Kenny Harris hasn't won at Linda's all year, despite being the Excel 600 modified tour point leader. He works his way back to 1 and 2, and Chicatano, 5 times a winner in 2021 and the 2-time champion. He's going to try and peek to the inside of Kenny Harris as they race off to turn number 3. Whitby lost a little ground there off the corner. It's 3 cars under a blanket on a chilly October night as they race off turn number 2. Here comes Chicatano to the inside of Harris for 3rd. Behind Whitby, Schraden's away by about 4 car lengths. Get to the lapper of David Bachman first. They'll put him a lap down. He'll stay out of the way. In fact, he'll go to the infield. That's going to be the end of his evening. Oh, 1 car's around. Turn 2. 1 car's in the barrels. It's Jerry Bressler. So something happened to Jerry Bressler, who I believe was running in the 6th position. I didn't see the incident, but when I looked up, he was up and into the barrels in turn number 2. Looks like Bressler's going to be able to continue. He'll tack back on at the rear with 10 down and 10 to go. Double file formation, and Eric Whitby, I think, was trying to take the outside there from Justin Schraden. Schraden said, I want the top. He throttled up right in front of him, made Whitby go to the inside. And they'll be side by side on the front row with Kenny Harris and Sam Chicatano in row 2, Bewley and Hollenbach in row 3. Daniels, Garrison, Kreiser, Hoke, your top 10. Schraden and Whitby lead us down. And here comes Kenny Harris to the inside with a good restart. Here they come out of turn number 2. Chicatano on the outside, trying to fill that hole, and he and Harris going to have to continue to race. 3rd and 4th, Schraden and Whitby 1-2, back to 1 and 2. Here comes Whitby trying to throttle up, get to the inside. They might be side by side, not quite. Schraden hangs on. Still clear with 8 to go, but Chicatano breathing right down Whitby's back as they race to 1 and 2. It is 3 cars broken away. Kenny Harris not out of it either. Ed Hollenbach running in the 5th spot, but a few car lengths back. Justin Schraden and Eric Whitby 1 and 2. Sam Chicatano running in 3rd, trying to get a drive off of turn number 2 on the high side. No challenge for the time being for Justin Schraden from the outside pole. He's led all 14 laps to this point over Eric Whitby. The gap remains at about 2 car lengths, but Whitby's not letting him get away, and Chicatano's not letting Whitby get away, and Harris isn't letting Chicatano get away. Back to 1 and 2. 5 to go. Battling further back, Ty Hoke on the inside of Lance Garrison, but that's for 7th. Garrison hangs on. Front 4 continue to race nose to tail. Schraden's pulled away just a little bit now. Jerry Bresto's car slowing in turns 3 and 4. See if he gets it out of the way. Looks like he will. Ron Baer's also stopped in the infield on the backstretch, but looks like he's out of harm's way well enough with 3 to go. Justin Schraden has a 3-car length lead, coming back to see 2 laps to go. Can Eric Whitby close? Sam Chicatano is right on his back bumper, back to 1 and 2. Here comes Chicatano around the outside. He and Whitby going to race wheel to wheel off into turn number 3. Whitby sends it in there. Chicatano going to try and power back under. Then battling for seconds, going to allow Schraden to try and get away. Never mind. Caution's out. Chad Miller's car has gone around in turn number 2. And oh boy. And Chicatano was in front of Whitby at the line as they took the white flag, so he is going to restart in the 2nd position with a shot on a 1-lap dash to the checkers. Justin Schraden had it in his hands, it looked like, as Chicatano and Whitby were battling for 2nd. And now, to end out this 600 modified season at the Linda Speedway, it's going to be a 1-lap dash. Justin Schraden and Sam Chicatano on the front row. Then it'll be Eric Whitby and Kenny Harris in row 2. Ed Hollenbach and Austin Daniels in row 3. Lance Garrison, Ty Hoke in row 4. Josh Bewley and Chad Kreiser in row number 5. Race fans, pick your winner one final time in the modifieds at Linda Speedway. A 1-lap shootout to decide it. Justin Schraden, Sam Chicatano are your front row. Here we go. Green and white flags in the air. We're racing back to 1 and 2. Chicatano on the inside. Got a good start. Caution. Maybe it was too good of a start. I think it was. Complete restart. We're going to try it one more time. Chicatano from the bottom. Looks like he left early. Shikatano's going to get a warning for jumping that last start, but he was trying there on the inside of Eric Whitby, or Justin Traden, beg your pardon. Eric Whitby right behind him with Harris on row 2. Let's try it one more time. 1 lap to go. Here we go. Green and white flags. Another good start from Shikatano. Here they come. Back to 1 and 2. Shikatano is going to clear Schraden off the corner. Sam Shikatano is going to take it away. He's going to steal the win on the final restart. The champ wins it. Sam Shikatano takes home the topless modified feature. Sam Shikatano is going to be your winner with Justin Schraden second, Eric Whitby third, Kenny Harris fourth, and Ed Hollenbach in fifth. Sam Shikatano is going to unbuckle out of the 28S. Another win to close the season. Race fans, make some noise for your topless modified winner, Sam Shikatano. That was definitely one of the more dramatic ones for sure. Battling side by side with Eric Whitby on the last lap. Caution comes out, and then he's able to get past Schraden on the restart. Closes out the season. A 2-time champ and a topless modified winner. Well, Sam, that was a little more dramatic than some of the other ones. Late race restart, last lap restart. Talk me through it. How'd you get through on the inside?
I went a little early the first time, and I just knew where he was going to start, so I went right with him, and then just went in as hard as I could and hoped for the best, and it stuck.
First time the mods have been topless here in a couple of years. How cool is it to run these things topless again and have a battle like that to end off the race? And also the battles you had all during the race with Eric and Kenny and those other guys.
Yeah, it's always great racing with all of them. I mean, everybody's clean, and it's just really fun. It's a lot. You can see a lot more with the tops off. I'll say that, but it's definitely cool.
Well, another win to end out the season. In addition to the championship, Sam, who do you want to thank one final time in 2021?
I got to thank the crew, as always, and I got to thank NSS Property Services, Seidel Hyundai, Bill's Emergency Roadside, especially since they helped me out this weekend, MGS Trailer Store and Crossley Properties. They've been sticking with us for a while, and it's really cool to have such loyal sponsors.
That was a fun one. Congratulations, Sam Shikatano, your winner of the Topless Modifieds return to Linda's Speedway. The champ gets it done again. All right, for the fourth and final time this season, we are ready to go in the Gene Latta Ford Central PA Legends. Once they get Sam Chicatano's car off the racetrack following his celebration, we'll go green for 20 laps to close out the season of racing at Linda's Speedway with the Central PA Legends. Okay, here we go. For the fourth and final time in 2021, the Gene Latta Ford Central PA Legends are ready to go, and your lineup looks like this. Randy Getz and Logan Carball start on row 1. Robert Stoff and Travis McClellan will start on row 2. Bill Deal, Blaine Lepo, row 3. Corey Phillips, Owen Dim, row 4. Choya Young, Aaron Upthegraph, row 5. Sean Miller, Richie Dotson, row 6. And Scott Musselman starting 13th. For the fourth and final time in 2021, the Gene Latta Ford Central PA Legends. We're going to get the green flag, but I think that one's coming back. Logan Carball jumped the start from the outside of the front row, so give him one more shot here on the row. Travis McClellan won the first 2 Legend races here this season. Blaine Lepo won the last time the Legends were here, about 6 weeks ago. They start 4th and 6th in this one. Here we go. Randy Getz and Logan Carball. Going to give it one more shot from the front row. Got to leave evenly down the backstretch. And provided they do that, we will get this thing back underway. Here we go. Randy Getz, Logan Carball lead us down. Green flag. We are racing with the Central PA Legends one final time in 2021 at Linda's Speedway. Randy Getz clears to lead. Stoff is going to go sliding in turns 1 and 2. And he's going to do some agricultural racing off the corner and keep it straight. We stay green. He's going to blend back in about the 8th position with a lot of work to do as the front 3 get away. Travis McClellan, good start for him. He's right on the bumper of Carball coming off of turn number 2. Now he's going to move to the inside of Carball. Good drive off the corner. McClellan moves into 2nd. And now he'll go to work on Randy Getz for the lead. Travis McClellan flying out in front. Trying to run down Randy Getz. Your race leader, Bill Deal, coming through as well. He's to the inside of Carball, and here comes McClellan. What a drive. He keeps getting off the corners. He's going to get another one off turn 4. He'll be wheel to wheel with Getz as they race under the flag stand, side by side. Travis McClellan, little contact between he and Getz up in the outside wall. Gets collected by Corey Phillips. Caution out. And after that contact, Travis McClellan has a flat right rear tire. So he's going to be done. And there was contact between he and Randy Getz racing down the backstretch. They were side by side. McClellan was trying to squeeze up and clear him. Getz didn't get out of it. There was contact. Getz got into the outside wall. Corey Phillips ran right in the back of him. That car is smoking now as he races down the backstretch under caution. Randy Getz, they're going to have to put the hook on him, and just like that, the top two are out of this race. Damage after hitting the wall in the backstretch from Randy Getz, and a flat right rear tire from Travis McClellan, who clearly seemed to have the fastest car, but made contact trying to get past. Corey Phillips, I think, had a busted-up radiator. He's going to go off in turn number 2. That's going to be the end of his night 2. And after all that, Bill Deal is going to inherit the race lead. In fact, he had run the fastest lap of the race there that last time around. He was closing. So now, after the front two crash out, the revised lineup is Bill Deal, Logan Carball, Blaine Lepo, Owen Dim, and Robert Stoff. Your top 5. Choya Young, Aaron Updegraff, Sean Miller, Scott Musselman, and Richie Dotson. The rest of the field, here we go. Green flag waving, and with 3 laps in the books now, can Bill Deal hang on from the front? He's going to have challengers from Logan Carball and Blaine Lepo behind him. One car's around in turn 2. It's Dotson. He was trying to work to the inside of Musselman right at the back of the field. He goes for a loop-de-loop. Lights are out, coming back to the green flag as Dobson will tack on to the tail. Bill Deal, field back in his hands as here we come to the restart. We're back to racing. Logan Carball running second. Blaine Lepo going to peek to the inside, and here they come side by side off the turns 1 and 2. Owen Dim running 4th. Robert Stoff in 5th. Stoff going to get a great drive off the corner. He'll pull to the inside of Owen Dim for the 4th position. As Deal continues to lead him around the high side. Blaine Lepo is trying that inside line, trying to see if he can find a way past Logan Carball. And then your leader, Bill Deal. Everybody's kind of in a line. Now here comes Carball to the inside of Bill Deal. They'll be wheel to wheel into turn number 1, and Carball's going to clear. He's got the lead. So Bill Deal so fast those first couple laps, but he gets bypassed now by Logan Carball, the original outside pole sitter, but here comes Deal back on the bottom. He's got the lead in turn 4. Straight through to the lead goes Bill Deal, and now side by side, the battle's going to rage on between Carball and Lepo off the turns 3 and 4. Whoa, Carball gave Deal a shot. Here comes Lepo on the inside trying to get both of them. Carball was the meat in that sandwich, had to get out of it. Here comes Stoff. He's up to 3rd. Lepo and Deal now going to fight for the lead. Here comes Carball back to the inside of Stoff. They'll be side by side down the backstretch for the 3rd spot. Here they come. What a battle this has been at the front of the field. And Bill Deal, your leader, over Blaine Lepo, Robert Stoff, Logan Carball, and Owen Dim, your top 5. Choi Young, Aaron Updegraff right there, 6th and 7th. They can see the leader. They just can't find a way to get any closer to him. Here they come, racing through turns 1 and 2. Blaine Lepo trying to close the gap. Meanwhile, battles on side by side. Carball and Dim back to turn number 3. Carball's going to hang on to the spot for right now, but the battle remains on between Bill Deal, Blaine Lepo, and Robert Stoff. They continue to race as Lepo's working the inside of the racetrack. Deal and Stoff up top. Oh, trouble for Carball. He went way up the racetrack in turn 3, nearly pounded the outside wall, and comes to a stop. Something broke on the front end of that car and puts us under the yellow flag. So Logan Carball, who led a couple laps of this race, was fighting for the lead. But he's got a flat left front on that 27. That's going to end his evening. $11 laps complete. 9 laps to go. Bill Deal, your leader, over Blaine Lepo, Robert Stoff, Owen Dim, and Choya Young. Here we go. Back to the green flag. Blaine Lepo going to try to make a move to the inside of Bill Deal. But Deal hangs on. Here comes Owen Dim now. He's going to race to the inside for 3rd. They will be wheel to wheel off into turn number 3. Bill Deal, though, continues to hang on. Stoff hangs on to the 3rd spot around the top side. Now Deal goes down to the bottom, right in front of Blaine Lepo. 4 cars under a blanket off the 3 and 4. Ooh, Stoff at a jam on the binders, and he's going to go around and slam the infield tire in turn 3. Not sure if there was contact between he and Owen Dim or not, but there was a little stack up there in turn number 3 as Blaine Lepo tried to file back in line behind Bill Deal, and Stoff had to jam on the binders, and I don't know if he got hit from behind or if he just lost it on his own. But either way, he'll go to the tail after doing some agricultural racing on lap 1. Unfortunately, he did a little more there, and he's going to have to try it again from the 9th spot. No doubt has a fast car, but he's going to have a hard time getting his way back to the front in 8 laps. And in fact, he might have a problem on that car after walloping that tractor tire in turn 3. It's going to be Deal, then Lepo, then Dim, and then Choya Young 4th, Aaron Updegraff 5th. That's your top 5. Sean Miller, Scott Musselman, Richie Dobson, and the 07 of Robert Stoff. As the rest of the 9-car lineup still running. Here we go. Back to the green flag and back to racing with 8 to go. Bill Deal out in front of the field. Owen Dim got a great drive off the high side there in turn number 2. Thought about having a peek on Blaine Lepo. Not quite close enough. Lepo trying to stay within striking distance of Deal with 7 to go. Choya Young running in 4th. Aaron Updegraff running in 5th. They're not letting the leaders get away. But Bill Deal continuing to try and hang on as they come through 1 and 2. Coming back to see 5 laps remaining, this time by Owen Dim on the outside of Blaine Lepo. Thought about having a peek. Lepo holds him off. The front 3 continue to race nose to tail. Now here comes Dim. Lepo got a little crossed up there off turn 2. Owen Dim going to drive to the inside. Shoot it off into turn number 3, but Lepo drives it in deeper. He'll hang on the high side, pinch him down just a little bit, and now try to go back to work on the back bumper of Deal as they race back to 1 and 2. He's found something on the high side. He's going to find a lead on the high side, maybe, as here comes Deal on the bottom and Lepo on the outside. They're side by side into turn number 3, and Blaine Lepo around the high side gets the lead. He got a great drive off the outside of turn number 2, put alongside of Bill Deal, who tried to hold him off but couldn't, and Lepo's got the lead, trying to go back-to-back at Linda's Speedway. 2 to go. Deal ain't done with him yet, though, and neither is Owen Dim. It's going to come down to these 3 for the victory with 2 laps remaining, and Bill Deal's going to have to find a way past him. Coming to the white flag, final lap for the Central PA Legends in 2021 at Linda's Speedway. Lepo, Deal, Dim, all gonna battle. Owen Dim tries to get a good drive off the bottom. Bill Deal's gonna be close enough to play a little bumper tag into turn 3. Here they come. Oh, caution! Right before they get the checkers, as Richie Dobson went around, and it looked like Lepo was gonna be able to hang on despite Deal trying to get a drive off the bottom, but yellow. And we're going to have another 1-lap dash to close things out. So the leaders were coming off of turn number 4, and then the caution flew. And now it's a 1-lap shootout to close the season. Race fans, pick your winner of the Central PA Legend finale. Will it be Blaine Lepo, Bill Deal, Owen Dim, Choya Young, Aaron Updegraff, or somebody else? Things could get physical here. You never know. We'll see if Blaine Lepo can get away far enough to keep that from becoming a possibility on a 1-lap dash to the checkers. Bill Deal try to make something happen on the outside as they flash back under the flag stand, but Lepo hangs on back to 1 and 2. Deal a higher entry, trying to get a good exit up off. Here they come down the backstretch. Lepo able to hold on. Dim sends it in on the high side of 3 and 4, but he's not going to get past either driver. Blaine Lepo wins the Central PA Legend finale, sponsored by Gene Latta Ford. And for the second time, Blaine Lepo gets it done in 2021 in the Central PA Legends at Linda's Speedway. What a race and what a battle. What a win for Blaine Lepo. Blaine Lepo's going to take a ride with the checkered flag around the Linda's Speedway. Back-to-back legend victories at Linda's to end out the 2021 year for them here in Jonestown, Pennsylvania. He's going to work his way off turn 4. Make his way to Seidel Hyundai Victory Lane. Travis McClellan won the first 2. Blaine Lepo wins the last two. He did it from 6 in the starting lineup, redrew the worst pill he could, but that didn't matter. He worked his way to the front, and race fans, he can hear you now. Make some noise for your Central PA Legend winner, Blaine Lepo. Back-to-back wins at Linda Speedway, and Blaine Lepo, you had to earn that one, but you got the job done. You're coming off turn 4, and the caution flag flies coming to the checker. What goes through your mind then?
Well, I knew it was Bill behind me, and I trust Bill. So I knew we were good. As long as I didn't screw up the last lap, we should have been good. So it all worked out.
That was a great battle all throughout the race. I mean, it was most of this race, 4, 5, 6 cars all under a blanket, just showcasing the type of racing these legends can put on here.
Yeah, but before we get too far into it, thank you, Linda Speedway. I love this place. I wish the legends were here all the time. It's a great place for the legends to race.
Well, you guys put on a heck of a show tonight, Blaine. Your second win here in 4 races. Who do you want to thank for it?
Definitely got to thank Mike Swagger, Team Dryden, my mom and dad, Gary, Burton Houseman. I guess it was too far for him to walk over here. I don't know. Houseman Fabrication, Swagger Bus Lines, everybody that's on board with this. Georgie too. It turned out to be a neat deal. They're like an extended family now, and we're looking forward to doing some more.
This is a fun little battle. We hope to see you back here in 2022. Congratulations, Blaine Lepo, your winner tonight in the Gene Latta Ford Central PA Legend Finale. So all that remains on the evening is the Lebanon Valley 50 lapper for the All Star Slingshots. That'll be our final race of tonight. But once again, one more time, want to remind everybody, come out to the Jonestown Demolition Derby tomorrow afternoon here at Linda's Speedway. Grandstands open at 4. Derby begins at 5. All access pass for adults priced at $15. Kids between 6 and 12 can get in for $5, and kids 5 and under can get in free. Next Friday night, we'll be back here at Linda's with the 270s, 600s, and the open 4-cylinder race, the final tune-up before National Open 32 in 2 weeks. One more time, want to pay off our race chasing awards this evening. $25 from K&R Racing, $25 from TJ's Guns and Ammo, $25 from the Race Chasing Sticker Fund, and $25 from assistant starter Neil Bortz. Best of luck to all drivers in the race chasing awards tonight and throughout the season. And with that, here come the Slingshot 50 All-Stars out on the racetrack. They're getting gridded up. We're ready to go. 24 cars, the lineup for this All Star Slingshot Lebanon Valley 50. They are lined up in 4 wide formation, 6 rows deep on the front stretch, ready to get sent away. It's Dave Kerrigan and Scott Neary on the front row, the track champ versus the defending world champ and the defending winner of this race just on the front row. Joe McCardle won the other heat race. He'll start from the inside of row 2. Tyler Alsh had the quickest overall time earlier this evening, and he'll start on the outside of row 2. Then Kyle Hervé and Charlene Benz start in row 3. Ronnie Spittler, Aiden Donaldson in row 4. Michael Beckett, Ryan Raidline complete your top 10 with Brett Spittler and Jared Silphy on row 6. James Benz and Andrew Turpin start in row 7. Amanda Angstadt, Mason Pittenger, row 8. Tyler Lillick, Faith Turnbull, row 9. And then your transferees from the B main, Joshua Roth and Austin Webster in row 10. Tucker Jones and James Hendricks in row 11. Then Chase Pixler, Lucas Pittenger got in as provisionals. They start on row 12 together. And the field begins to pull away. Working down the back straightaway. 4 wide. Fireworks going off ahead for the Lebanon Valley 50. Race fans, they can see you now. They can hear you now. Make some noise and wave to your All Star Slingshot feature drivers for the Lebanon Valley 50. And here they come now. Back to double file formation. The lineup is in order. 9 times the winner this season was Dave Kerrigan. He had an unbelievably dominant season. The only race he lost this year was the season finale 3 weeks ago. Tyler Alsh, who was going to start from the 4th position. But as I called him earlier tonight, I'll bring back the nickname once again, Mr. October, particularly from a year ago. Scott Neary is going to have something to say about that. From the front row, he won the Lebanon Valley 50 and then went on to win all 3 races of World Championship weekend, even though the Sunday show got rained out. He's got the opportunity to do something with Dave Kerrigan. So too does Joe McCardle, who looked really quick in his heat race. From the inside of row 2, and you can't count out Tyler Alsh. He's the only other driver to win here this season, and he was the fastest car in time trials earlier this evening. Kyle Hervé and Charlene Benz, both top 5 in the Keystone Cup point standings this year. That championship, by the way, is pretty much a certainty to be won by Scott Neary. But he would love to add a Lebanon Valley 50 lapper to that one as well. Still waiting to get the entire lineup into order through the 24-car field, but once they do, we will go for 50 laps in Jonestown, Pennsylvania, Linda Speedway. The final tune-up for these guys before that World Championship weekend, October 29th, 30th, and 31st. But this is far more than just a tune-up. This is a big-time race. The Lebanon Valley 50. Coming out of turn number 2, Dave Kerrigan, Scott Neary. They were going to come to the green flag this time. Order is still a little funky at the back of the field. Okay, now the lights are out, and here we go. Field is going to work out at turn number 2. 4-wheeler pulls to the infield, scampers out of harm's way. 50 laps the distance. Dave Kerrigan, Scott Neary, your front row, And here we go. We're racing with the Lebanon Valley 50 at Linda Speedway. Dave Kerrigan right away is clear to the lead. Scott Neary through to second. Tyler Alsh now up to third. Then Joe McCardle and Charlene Benz fourth and fifth. Benz gave McCardle a little bumper tag there into turn number 3 as the front 3 get a little bit on this opening circuit. Kyle Hervé runs 6th, side by side. Aiden Donaldson, Ronnie Spittler for 7th. Ryan Raidline trying to put the pressure on as well, with Jared Silphy completing your top 10. Dave Kerrigan, though, leads through the opening 2 laps, and he's opened up about a 4-car length gap between he and Neary, back to 3 and 4. Tyler Elsh going to work right on the back bumper of Scott Neary as they race off the turns 1 and 2. Dave Kerrigan, though, fastest car on the speedway. He was a 9-time winner here this season. That included the Speed Week victory for the Slingshots in August that he took home here en route to winning the Speed Week championship. He has had a dominant 2021 season, really no matter where he's been racing at, but particularly right here. And he's out to the early lead of the Lebanon Valley 50, coming around a complete 5 laps. Scott Neary runs 2nd. Tyler Alsh is 3rd. They're your top 3, and they've gotten away nicely. McCardle and Benz run 4th and 5th. Kyle Hervé in 6th. Aiden Donaldson 7th. But the front 3 have checked out, and they will hit lap traffic if we stay green here. Clean and green through the first 6. Here comes Charlene Benz to the inside of McCardle. McCardle slid high in turn 2. That's going to open up the door for Benz to get under. Kyle Hervé now going to try and go to work on him as well. It's a gaggle from 4th on back. Hervé trying not to let either driver get away. Dave Kerrigan going to first pull up to the throwback inspired paint scheme driven by Tucker Jones. It'll be the first car he puts a lap down, but Jones not making life easy on Kerrigan. Coming down the back stretch and off the turn 2. That's going to open the door for Scott Neary to try and close in. Kerrigan still trying to get by on the inside. That's closed the gap down 0.3 of a second as is raced in lap traffic. Now Kerrigan gets past with a little hip check in turn 2. Got a ways to go before he catches the next line of cars, led by Lucas Pittenger. In the meantime, Charlene Benz, Kyle Hervé going to continue to race for 4th and 5th. Jared Silphy, who really struggled in his heat race after starting on the pole, he's up to the 6th spot as Pittenger's car is off the pace in turn 2. He's going to get off the speedway safely. That was close, as the leaders all try to find a way past, and they did. We stay green, 12 complete. Tyler Lillick is going to be the car that Dave Kerrigan comes to put a lap on now. He'll do just that. Oh, Scott Neary's got a problem. He is slowing down the backstretch, and he's going to pull it to the infield. And your defending Lebanon Valley 50 winner with an issue and out of the running tonight. Tough break for Scott Neary. He pulls it to the infield. He is done. And so now, as we've seen a couple times this season, it's Kerrigan and Alsh, 1 and 2, with 14 laps completed. Going to put a lap on Faith Turnbull, and here comes Dave Kerrigan, working us back to 1 and 2. 15 laps completed. Oh, Tyler Alsh cut up through the whoop-de-doos there in turn number 2 and almost went for a ride. Lost a little bit of time to Kerrigan, and caution is out. So this is going to be the competition caution at lap 15. James Benz's car also pulled off the racetrack with a problem, and 15 laps completed. Get a little break here. They'll have an opportunity to come to pit road, or pit area, I should say, and make some changes. But, of course, they'd have to give their track position to do so, and I imagine Most of the front runners won't want to do that. Dave Kerrigan, Tyler Alsh are 1 and 2. Charlene Benz now runs 3rd. Kyle Hervey is 4th. Jared Silphy is 5th. 6th is Joe McCardle. 7th is Aiden Donaldson. 8th is Ryan Raidline. 9th is Ronnie Spittler. And 10th is Michael Beckett. 11th is Andrew Turpin. 12th is Brett Spittler. 13th is Amanda Angstadt. Then 14th is Austin Webster. 15th is Josh Roth. 16th is Mason Pittenger. Running in 17th is James Hendricks. 18th is Chase Bixler, the last car on the lead lap. The 19th is Faith Turnbull, 1 lap down. 20th, 1 lap down, is Tyler Lillick. And 21st is Tucker Jones. Out of the race, or at least out of the race for the time being, James Benz, Scott Neary, and Lucas Pittenger. See if anybody elects to come to the pit area. It doesn't look like anybody will. Pits will be open for 1 more lap, and if there are no takers, then we will double them up and get ready to go. So we will get doubled up here. Dave Kerrigan's got lane choice. He says, I want the top. He's going to move Tyler Alsh to the inside line. Well, actually, let's see. He looks like he wants the bottom. Kerrigan will take the inside line. So Alsh will go to the high side now. Originally, it looks like Kerrigan chose the top and then did a little switcheroo on us and took the inside lane. Kerrigan took the lead from the pole to start this race, but we've seen a couple times drivers have taken the lead from the outside. Lights are out. We're going to go green flag this time by 15 laps completed. Dave Kerrigan and Tyler Alsh going to lead us back to the restart. 15 laps complete, still 35 to go. We are racing back to turn number 3. Dave Kerrigan on the inside, Tyler Alsh on the outside. Alsh trying to hang tough, but Kerrigan's going to clear him, and Alsh might clip the wall. Coming down the front stretch, that's going to open the door for Kyle Hervey, who had a great restart to try and come through on the inside in turn 2, but he won't. Oh, 1 car's in the wall. Further back, it's Tucker Jones scrubbing against the outside wall in the back stretch. Caution out. And Jones was right at the back of the field. And might have gotten squeezed up there into the outside wall and rubbed against it pretty good. So we completed 1 lap there before the caution for Tucker Jones. He's going to be towed off back to the pit area. Everybody will get doubled up now for this restart. The lineup appears to be in order. Dave Kerrigan, straightforward this time, will choose the inside line. Tyler Ulsh on the outside. But it was a good restart for Kyle Hervé. He is now to the inside of the second row. Charlene Benz on his outside now. And then Sylphie and McCardle in row number 3 coming back to the restart. Here we go. Green flag back waving. 16 complete. 34 to go. And a good restart from Kerrigan. He's going to clear Ulsh. Hervé might try to follow him back to 1 and 2. Ulsh gets a good drive off turn number 4, though, and I don't think he's going to give Hervé a chance to as they race off of turn number 2. Tyler Ulsh trying to stick with Dave Kerrigan out in front. 17 complete. Front 5 have all singled out. The battle's on between Aiden Donaldson in the 78 and the 95 of Joe McCardle. That is for the 6th position. Back to turn 3. Dave Kerrigan, though, began to get away a little bit. Just ran the fastest lap of the race. Ooh, Kyle Hervé slid way high in turn 2. Open up the door for Charlene Benz to get under. Benz is now in the 3rd positions. Kyle Hervé trying to hold off Jared Sylphie, who runs in 5th. Sylphie started this race back in the 12th position after a rough heat race. That car showed the speed. It was 3rd fastest in time trials, but for some reason never got going in the heat. Fell back from the pole to 4th. Started this race 12th. He's got the speed now. He's challenging for a podium as we're around the midway mark of the race. But Dave Kerrigan continues to lead with 21 complete. 0.9 seconds over Tyler Ulsh is the gap. Then another second and about 0.3 to Charlene Benz. Kyle Hervé running in 4th. And Jared Sylphie completing your top 5. 22 complete. Only battle is on side by side for about the 11th position between Ryan Raidline and James Hendricks. Make it 10th. Into turn number 1. Looks like Hendricks will take that spot away. Hendricks, who started this race back in 22nd. Good drive for him. Dave Kerrigan comfortably with the lead, but 27 laps to go means we're either going to get a restart or we're going to get lap traffic. One of the two before the end of this thing. So Kerrigan is not out of the woods yet by any stretch, even though he just ran the fastest lap of the race on lap 24. Tyler Ulsh comfortably in 2nd. Those front 2 have checked out over Charlene Benz, Kyle Hervé, Jared Sylphie as we hit the halfway mark of the Lebanon Valley 50. Whoa, trouble, turn number 4. Faith Turnbull got turned around by Chase Bixler. Caution out in turns 3 and 4. Turnbull and Bixler were running at the back of the field. Bixler was on the lead lap. Turnbull was a lap down, and there was contact. And around Turnbull went. And right at halfway, we're under caution for the 2nd time. 3rd time, beg your pardon. So field gets back doubled up. Dave Kerrigan and Tyler Ulsh going to be back on the front row. Charlene Benz, Kyle Hervé on row 2. That's been pretty customary for most of this race. Jared Sylphie, though, up to 5th. And Aiden Donaldson, who started this thing 8th, he's worked his way now up to 6th. On the outside of row 3, that's the highest he's been all night in the race. Lights are out, and here we go once again, right at halfway of the 50-lapper for the All Star Slingshots. I want to give special thank you to Speedway Entertainment for putting this division of racing series on, including events like this, the Lebanon Valley 50, which is back to green. And Dave Kerrigan going to try and slide up 3 wide through the middle. Comes Hervé down the front stretch. He'll cut to the inside after clearing Benz and go to work on Ulsh. That was a nifty restart from Kyle Hervé, but he'll stay third as Ulsh and Kerrigan run nose to tail back to 3 and 4. Aiden Donaldson up to fourth now around the outside of Charlene Benz. Good restart for him. It's Kerrigan, your leader, over Ulsh, then Hervé, Donaldson, and Benz. Ronnie Spittler now racing side by side with Jared Silphy for the 6th spot. Oh, one car in the outside wall. Turn 3, it's Andrew Turpin. Caution. Turpin was running in 13th and got hard up in the outside wall. Scrubbed against it on the backstretch, and we're under yellow. So what a restart that was for Kyle Hervé, and what a restart that was for Aiden Donaldson. They both had excellent jumps. Hervé able to get back to the inside of row 2, and Donaldson, we just talked about, he was as highest up in the field as he'd been all night on the outside of row 3. Now he's even higher. He's on the outside of row 2 for this restart with 27 laps complete. That came at the expense, though, of Charlene Benz, who fell back to 5th. And Jared Silphy, who's going to restart somewhere in the neighborhood of 6th or 7th. Field is all in order. 27 laps complete. Dave Kerrigan has led all 27 of them. He's got Tyler Ulsh on the outside of the front row as he's had most of the night, and here they come. Back to turns 3 and 4, green flag waving. Ulsh trying to stick with him, but can't. Kerrigan will clear and have his choice of where he wants to go into turn 1 once again. Racing down the back straightaway, Tyler Ulsh goes right back up to the back bumper, but cannot find a way to get around. And now the theme of the race so far has been, once Kerrigan gets up and rolling on a restart, he's been able to pull away. We'll see if that continues. Coming by to see 21 laps to go. Oh, contact. Silphy and Donaldson got together in turn 4. They both kept it straight despite banging off each other. Back to 1 and 2. Donaldson runs 4th. Now here comes Charlene Benz to the inside of Silphy for 5th. Silphy got a great drive off the corner, and he'll remain in the top 5 as they race back to turn number 1. He's not letting Aiden Donaldson get away. Dave Kerrigan by 3 car lengths over Tyler Ulsh. 20 to go, now 19 to go. We're back to a regular slingshot feature at this point. And it could be a regular result on the season if Dave Kerrigan can hang on. But Tyler Ulsh is not going to let him get it without a fight. 32 laps complete. Kerrigan not really getting much further away from Ulsh, but he's also not getting closer. With 17 to go, the gap is at 0.71. Ulsh closed in a little bit that time. He's going to have to do that a few more times, and he's going to have to take some bigger chunks. Kyle Hervé running in 3rd. No challenge there. Jared Silphy now in 4th. No challenge for him. Donaldson in 5th with a couple car lengths over Charlene Benz. Tyler Ulsh, the gap is now 0.8 seconds between he and the race leader. And I don't think it's coming down, but with 15 to go, looks like the leaders will probably hit lap traffic by the end of this thing. Tucker Jones has rejoined the field after his earlier incident, and he's going to be the first car they will get to with 14 laps remaining. Working their way back to turns 3 and 4, Dave Kerrigan continues to lead. Can he continue his season of dominance and take this momentum into World Championship weekend? Chase Bixler and Austin Webster having a heck of a battle right in the back of the lead lap. Oh, one car's off the racetrack in turn 2. I hope that was intentional. Michael Beckett came flying into the pit area. But we are going to stay green as Dave Kerrigan tries to get past Tucker Jones. Has a little bit of trouble getting around. Tyler Walsh going to close in now. Back to 3 car lengths. And caution's out. I don't think Michael Beckett wanted to be off the racetrack, and he was stopped there in turn number 2, and I think he was trying to get back on the track. He went off a couple laps ago. We talked about it. I mentioned it. He was flying into the pit area, and I don't think he wanted to be in there. But I didn't know if there was contact or not, and clearly there was. So that's a tough break for Beckett. He lost a couple laps in that exchange, but he will at least get to rejoin and be part of the field. But that does put us under caution with 11 laps to go. And Tyler Walsh was just beginning to close in lap traffic, but now 11 laps to go. I'm not sure we'll see any more lap traffic by the end of this thing. So this could be the last best opportunity anybody has at Dave Kerrigan with 11 laps to go in the Lebanon Valley 50. We'll have a restart. Kerrigan and Walsh are your front row. Kyle Hervé, Jared Silphy going to start on row 2 together. Then it's Aiden Donaldson and Charlene Benz, 5th and 6th. Ronnie Spittler, James Hendricks on row number 4. Joe McCardle, Brett Spittler going to be on row 5. Josh Roth and Ryan Rabline will restart on row number 6 with Amanda Angstadt and Austin Webster on row number 7. Chase Bixler, Michael Bennett, and Tucker Jones, the rest of the lineup. Well, it's going to come down to this. 11 laps to go in the Lebanon Valley 50, and this could be the final restart. So race fans, pick your winner. Will it be Dave Kerrigan, Tyler Walsh, or somebody else? That one's coming back, though. Caution for a bad restart. A little bit of gamesmanship on the front row between Dave Kerrigan and Tyler Walsh, and so we'll get one more shot to try it here and get this thing back underway for what we said, as we said, could be the final restart of this Lebanon Valley 50. This race has had pretty much a green flag look to it. The first caution was the competition caution on lap 15. Had another caution directly after that, and then had another about 15 or so lap green flag run. Dave Kerrigan and Tyler Walsh on your front row, and here we go. Well, we're going to try it one more time. The officials don't want any restart games in such a big race and such a crucial restart. They want this thing to be even between Kerrigan and Alsh. So they'll have one more shot here on the front row for the restart. Kerrigan and Alsh lead us down. That was even. Back to 3 and 4. Here they come off turn 4. Kerrigan slides way up. Here comes Hervé to the inside. Back to turns 1 and 2. Oh, stack up on the front stretch. James Hendrick's car way off the pace. Austin Webster had a problem as well, and caution. So right as I said, this race didn't have a caution flag look to it. I might have jinxed it, sorry. Yellow flag back out. As we are stuck on lap 39 here, that time for an issue. As Webster and Hendricks somehow got together there on that restart. Hendricks restarted in 8th there. And I can only imagine maybe he just never really got going. And there was nowhere for Webster to go. So because we had that caution on the same lap as the previous caution, it's going to be a single file restart. That's going to change things a little bit. It's going to be Kerrigan, Alsh, Hervé, Silphy, and Donaldson nose to tail, your top 5. Now with 11 laps to go. Here we go. Let's settle this thing. Tyler Alsh right on the back bumper of Dave Kerrigan into turn number 3. This is going to be Alsh's best opportunity to do something with the track champion off the turns 1 and 2, but Alsh slides high, gets loose. Oh, he's off the pace. He's got a problem. Alsh is slowing down the back straightaway. Caution is out. And Tyler Alsh, the quickest overall timer who ran second most of the night, got really loose in turn 2. I don't know if maybe he hit a bump or something or just upset the car a little bit, but either way, it died on him coming off turn 2 right in that moment. And let's see, is he going to come back out? It looks like he will. But either way, he has lost his track position and he's lost his chance to win the Lebanon Valley 50. Tough break for the youngster who got the win 3 weeks ago, but is not going to get the win tonight. It's now Dave Kerrigan and Kyle Hervé 1-2 with Silphy, Donaldson, and Benz, your top 5. Here they come, back to the green flag. Good start from Kerrigan. He gets away by about 3 car lengths over Kyle Hervé. Then Jared Silphy running in the 3rd position. But now Dave Kerrigan has lost his closest challenger for the win. Does anyone else have anything for him? As we'll come by to see 10 laps to go this time around. Battling side by side in turn 4. Ronnie Spittler on the inside of Joe McCardle. They're going to continue that battle off of turn number 2. Now McCardle back on the inside. He'll slide back in front. That is for 6. Spittler trying to get back to his back bumper there in turn 3. 9 laps to go, though, and Dave Kerrigan, by 2/3 of a second, leads Kyle Hervé. Jared Silphy right on Hervé's back bumper, trying to find a way to close in. And both drivers trying to find a way to close in on your race leader, Dave Kerrigan. He's going for his 10th win at the Speedway this year, and certainly the biggest one so far in terms of a single race, the Lebanon Valley 50. 7 laps to go. Hervé, let's see if he can get any closer. The answer is no. It's 9/10 of a second. Back to turns 1 and 2. 6 laps remaining. Oh, turn number 1. Josh Roth and Brett Spittler are all up on each other in turn number 1, and they find a way to stay off each other at least well enough to keep straight. 5 to go in the Lebanon Valley 50 for Dave Kerrigan. Unless Kerrigan has a problem, I'm not sure Hervé or Sylvie are going to have a chance to close on him. 4 laps remaining. It's been a dream season here in Jonestown for Dave Kerrigan. Can he get the Lebanon Valley 50 added to the bucket list tonight? 3 laps remaining out in front. They'll have to deal with Tucker Jones, the lap car, but that's the only car that he'll get to before the end of the race. Kyle Hervé not going to be able to close in. He can watch, he can hope. That's about all he can do with 2 to go. And who knows, crazier things have happened, but Dave Kerrigan is well in command. He's going to come through turns 3 and 4. He'll see the white flag this time by. He's led 49 laps of the Lebanon Valley 50, and with 1 to go, he's trying to lead the money lap. Tucker Jones slides down in front of Kerrigan. That bottles him up just a little bit, but he'll get under with no challenge in turn 3. Hervé really closes off the corner, but Dave Kerrigan hangs on to win the Lebanon Valley 50, and he led all 50 laps to do so. Tucker Jones slid in turn number 2 right in front of Kerrigan. Kerrigan lost all his momentum, and Hervé was able to get almost to his back bumper as they came under the flag stand. But Kerrigan hangs on, and he's your winner of the Lebanon Valley 50 over Kyle Hervé, Jared Silphy, Aiden Donaldson, and Charlene Benz, the top 5. Dave Kerrigan is going to pull into victory lane as the winner of the Lebanon Valley 50 for the All Star Slingshots. The flowers and signage all set up, the fireworks ready to be ignited. Scott Neary also clinched the Keystone Cup Championship tonight despite his DNF. But the man of the hour is this guy. Race fans, make some noise for your Lebanon Valley 50 winner, Dave Kerrigan. Those are some good ones right there. A 50 lapper. He started from the pole and he led all 50 of them en route to the win. His 10th here this season. Got the track championship, of course, but none of those features were 50 laps. Gets the helmet for winning the 50 lapper. And Dave Kerrigan, come on over here, back to victory lane, and now a winner of the Lebanon Valley 50. You did it in dominant fashion tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it was, I don't know. My arms are on fire. I mean, that's a 50-year-old guy. That's pretty tough. But, just thank everybody for being here tonight. Lance is here tonight, who owns the car. But Larry and Jeff, Lisa, Pam, they've been here all year long out here at Linda's. And it's just been one of them years out here. We got the car dialed in. It runs well. I mean, there were some really good cars here tonight. I don't know what happened to anybody. I was glad I didn't have to deal with a lot of them. But there's some good cars. But lap traffic was getting a little hairy. But the cautions came out some pretty good times there, too.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And Dave, over the course of a 50-lap race, I mean, usually there's comers and there's goers, but you just found a way. This thing stayed dominant all night, and you had the fastest car at the beginning of the race. You had the fastest car at the end of the race.
Yeah, you don't know when you're out front. You don't know who's behind you. I thought for sure Neary, the one, would be there. I'd hear from him at some point. I don't know. I don't even know what happened, to be quite honest with you. Alsh, obviously, has been fast all year, like towards the end of the year. Couple restarts with him, so I was nervous about him, but you just never know who's behind you. I mean, we didn't start off the night as the fastest car. We were 4th or 5th in time trials and just got better as the night went on.
Well, just kept getting better. You take it to victory lane. Congratulations.
Thank
Dave
you.
Kerrigan, your winner of the Lebanon Valley 50. A really good tune-up, too, for World Championship weekend in 4 weeks. But he wins the 50-lapper tonight. All right, so we'll break up this little conference between the second and third place finishers and Scott and Neary. Kyle Hervé, good run for you, solid run. A lot of just avoiding the attrition, and you find out with the second place finish to close out the Lebanon Valley 50 tonight. Little moment there for David Lab Traffic. You almost got him at the stripe. Were you thinking off turn 2? Hey, man, I got a shot at this thing.
Yeah, I needed the lap car a lap earlier to slow him up because I was carrying the momentum coming back to the checkered and almost had him there. It was really, fingers crossed. Don't like to win them that way, but a win's a win either way. If I was able to get there, unfortunately, still worked out for Dave. He's hard to beat here.
A win's a win. Stay consistent throughout the 50 laps. Tyler had some problems. Scott had some problems early, but you found a way. Just keep plugging away, and you get a nice runner-up result out of it.
Yeah, definitely. It was fun. It definitely wasn't easy, especially that first run, getting through the lap traffic, running side by side with people. That was a little chaotic, but fun nonetheless.
Who do you want to thank for this run, Kyle?
I got to thank all my sponsors, my parents for bringing me, and Cars Auto Body, Covey Towing, P1 Web Development, 600cc Performance, and could go on and on. There's a lot of people that help out, and thanks to all the fans that showed up in this cold weather. Hopefully to see them back out here for the World Finals.
Yeah, we'll see you then. Congratulations, Kyle Hervé, runner-up tonight in the 50-lapper. Get a word in here with Jared Silphy as well. Drove your way up from 12th starting spot, but what happened there early on? This car looked really quick in time trials, had a little problems in your heat race. Seemed to find the speed back by the feature, though.
Yeah, we had a little brake issue in the heat race, but we got it figured out and came from 12th to 3rd. So that's a pretty good run for me. It's my first time back in these for a while, so I can't thank Randy Smith enough for putting me in this week. So maybe we'll come back for the World Series, but who knows?
Yeah, talk about a 50-lap race to come back to, and just like I was talking about with Kyle, just consistently worked your way through. Did you think maybe if you had the track position, you had a car that was fast enough to contend up there?
Yeah, I think if we started up a little farther, we might have been a contender. But Dave was fast and Kyle was fast, and they brought their A game, and we gave it all we had.
All right, well, congratulations. Third place run, Jared Silphy. Nice drive through the field. And we'll get a word into with the Keystone Cup champion, Scott Neary. I know it wasn't the end of the night you wanted, obviously. What happened there in the feature?
We were going there about lap 10 to 12, and I just lost power. I never lost fuel pressure or oil pressure, so I didn't exactly know what happened at the time, but we bent a push rod and probably pulled the rocker out of the head. So we'll go through it and make sure it's 100% for the World Championship weekend. But yeah, I wish we could have had a better night to cap off the Keystone Tour. We had a good year this year, and we're gonna keep our heads held high going into World Championship weekend.
Well, yeah, you'll get to come back now with the World Championship, obviously, as the defending championship. You excited for that? And how do you like your chances now after running tonight? I know you didn't get the finish you wanted, but this thing still clearly has plenty of speed.
Yeah, absolutely. We were really fast tonight. I think Dave had a really good car tonight, too. We were just starting to close in there as the motor let go. I think it would have been a pretty good race for him. We might have been the only car that had something for him. So, but yeah, I like our chances. We got a fast car, and we're going to come 100%.
Well, you're not going to sweep the races in the month of October, unfortunately, this year, but still a lot of speed. You'll have a chance to come back for World Championship weekend. Who do you want to thank for the Keystone Cup, though?
Yeah, Randy and everybody at S&S Speedways, they really put their A game into this whole deal, and I can't thank them enough.
All right, well, Keystone Cup champion and maybe soon to be back-to-back world champion. We'll see. Congratulations, Scott Neary, on the Keystone Cup title. Tough night tonight, though, for him in Lebanon Valley 50. Your third-place finisher, Jared Silphy. Your second-place finisher, Kyle Hervé. And your winner, after leading all 50 laps of the Lebanon Valley 50, that was Dave Kerrigan.